And we're going live. You're live, Rafael.
Okay, so hello and welcome to track 2 of SingularityNET's Decentralized Governance Summit 2023. You are following the track 2 of talks and panels, where we are going to explore the practical applications of decentralized systems and how they are changing the way we think about governance in decentralized autonomous organizations. Over the course of the day, we will hear from experts and practitioners who have been at the forefront of this revolution. We will delve into the technical and social aspects of decentralization, exploring its benefits and challenges, and examining how it is being implemented in various contexts. The talks will take 40 minutes in total, including time for the Q&A at the end. So please, I invite you to share your questions in the YouTube chat, where we can select a couple to be answered by our speakers and panelists. Now, without further delay, I will introduce you to our first talk. David Ernst, CEO of Secure Internet Voting. He will be talking about liquid democracy for DAOs. David is a multifaceted individual with a wide range of skills, including engineering, cryptography, public speaking, writing, and mediation. For the past few years, his primary focus has been on building innovative technologies for digital democracy and answering the questions of how digital representative democracy can become more inclusive, accountable, and wise. He was a digital democracy candidate for office in California in 2018, ran multiple pilots, and created extensive educational materials that delve into the possibilities of having a digital representative democracy. Through his work, he aims to empower individuals to choose their own personal representatives, thereby increasing the system's effectiveness and accountability. David has also advised a number of startup nations on innovative governance opportunities. So, David, please, the floor is yours.
You're
Okay.
you were muted, David.
Thank you. Are we live now?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Today, I'm going to talk about how we can get smarter governance and smarter democracy. The title of this talk is Liquid Democracy and DAOs. And just for context, for anyone that's not familiar, DAOs are blockchain-enabled, decentralized, autonomous organizations. And these governance issues are extremely relevant to the problems DAOs have been facing, like Ben was talking about in the keynote. And because DAOs are usually more experimental and flexible and forward-thinking communities, they're uniquely suited to really lead and innovate here. But in fact, these problems apply far more widely. Really anything that involves lots of people trying to work together, including our trillion-dollar national public governments and smaller organizations, are all facing similar issues. That's just to say, if you're not a DAO person, don't worry. I still think this talk will be useful for you. So just a little background about me. Since 2016, I've been focusing on this issue of enabling much smarter and more accountable digital democracy built for the internet age and all the many sub-problems that entails. I'm the founder and CEO of an organization called SIV, SIV.org, which stands for Secure Internet Voting. We make extremely strong yet very fast and easy to use digital voting software. It's based off of security that was originally designed for securing nuclear weapons and automates a lot of very powerful cryptography under the hood. We made it firstly to be strong enough for governments and public elections, but also supports lots of other use cases too. And just to give you some context, Last week, we ran a project for better ways to do ranked choice voting, different, better voting methods that can give people more options. That's already included over 25,000 people who cast over 2 million individual decisions, which had shockingly good results. People were really enthusiastic about it so far. Tomorrow, we're running a private election with a state government that will include about 3,000 top party leaders, including a governor, a top presidential candidate, senators, and many others. Next week, we're running an online participatory budgeting pilot in New York City in partnership with local officials and the Radical Exchange Foundation. It's for thousands of everyday people living in Harlem, New York City, to weigh in on how to spend a few $1 million in public funds. This pilot uses this rather new mechanism called quadratic voting. To be honest, I'm a little nervous about this last one, but we'll see. So all that's to say, for better or worse, I've been living and breathing this sort of stuff for many years now. So I want to take a step back now and just highlight the central goals of good governance. The first is about legitimacy, aka a fair process, hopefully inclusive. This is like the idea of consent of the governed. And then the second item is about reaching wise decisions, smart policy outcomes, effective outcomes that really do make things better for people. And sometimes these goals are framed in competition to each other, like the famous dichotomy of rule by the masses versus rule by the experts. But for truly good governance, you do want both legitimacy and intelligence. If either one is missing, you don't have good governance. And so there's often this assumption made that so-called popular rule is arguably more fair and equitable, but it also leads to kind of stupid outcomes. Maybe the assumption is that most people are just too dumb, or at the very least underinformed, or maybe have been fed misinformation. This isn't my personal opinion. I'm just observing how many people talk about this stuff. In any case, the argument goes that so-called popular rule by the masses, especially direct democracy, can sort of lead to a lowest common denominator governance. That is to say, maybe it gets in the way of actually making good decisions. And so I want to focus in on this issue because it's very important, and in so many ways, it really is affecting the communities all around us. So how can we get smarter democracies? There's this concept from the field of behavioral economics that I first heard of a few years ago that I think deserves far more awareness. It's called the low information voter problem. And when we first hear this term, it's easy to assume, again, it's talking about stupid people. But that's not what it's about. It's about the underlying incentives. It's basically a cost-benefit analysis problem. So the benefit is being informed to be able to make good decisions and being able to vote for good decisions. And the cost is the time it takes to study the options and actually becoming informed and researching. Does this make sense? So I can give an example. Let's say you're buying a car and you're going to spend a good amount of money on the car and hopefully use it for many years. My partner and I actually did this recently. We bought a car just a few months ago. And because I'm a bit of a crazy person, we spent a lot of time researching our options, months. We made this big spreadsheet where we identified 25 or so different qualities that mattered most to us, each went on its own row. And then each of those got weighted from 0 to 100 by how much it mattered to me, and separately how much it mattered to my partner. And then for every car we were considering, we could score it on each individual metric, and then multiply the scores by the weightings, and then average them all out and give every car a personalized overall score. And so we did this for a few different options of cars, each in their own column. It was just this giant matrix of analyzing our options. And it did take quite some time, weeks. But in the end, we were actually super happy with our decision. It was a good process for us for what we were looking for. And now we have a lot of fun with our car. But now imagine we weren't buying a car just for the two of us, but for a committee of people to share. Let's say a dozen people will use it. and we're all going to vote on our favorites. So now, instead of having 1 out of 2 of the voting power, I get 1 out of 12. Would I still have wanted to take weeks researching options, trying to figure out which outcome I thought was best? The core issue is that the cost to research stays relatively fixed, but the benefit for being informed gets diluted. I might be just as informed, but if the other 11 out of 12 voters aren't, my research isn't making nearly as much of a difference. The 11 out of 12 will still cast a stupid vote. Now, of course, we can sort of share research and help inform each other, and that's good and useful, but that only goes so far. And now it introduces these questions. We have to ask who's trustworthy, who's actually aligned with my values. And unfortunately, the underlying problem just gets worse and worse with scale. So what if instead of being 1 in 12 voters, you're 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 1,000,000, like in a city? And so the benefit for being informed is just getting smaller and smaller. It's getting diluted down and down. That cost is staying fixed, but the benefit of actually voting for a good decision is only having a very marginal impact if you've actually researched the thing. And so I want to just pause here because this is a really significant result, and I don't hear almost anyone else almost ever talk about it. And it's really at the heart of all of these democratic governance decisions and processes that we're working on together. And the fundamental phenomenon is this has nothing to do with the individual intelligence levels or IQ of each of the participants. It applies just as much to 1,000,000 Einsteins as anyone else. The problem is that as any democratic process gets larger and larger, we should expect the quality of its decisions, on average, to get less and less informed. One simple way to think about this is as a sort of decision theory corollary to the famous tragedy of the commons problem or the bystander effect. When you're only one of many people, we each take less responsibility individually. And there's some differences, but there's a lot of similarities as well. And so this is a really fundamental issue that we're all facing. And so what can we do? Are we just doomed to poor coordination? Now, remember, we started going down this path by contrasting the rule of the masses versus the rule by the experts. We are examining this common assumption that direct democracy leads to poorly informed decisions. And so this cost-benefit analysis offers a simple explanation. It's not so much about some people being intrinsically better than others, but just about our individual incentives. For the average person, the rationally optimal behavior, if you'll excuse such a funny way of phrasing it, the rationally optimal behavior is indeed not to spend a huge amount of time focusing on public issues, on questions of policy or questions of governance, where we might be only a drop in the ocean. Especially when you compare it to the other things we could be doing with our time, like focusing on our individual jobs or spending time with our family or spending time with our friends, areas where we can see a vastly more direct benefit. And so if you just stop and think about this for a minute, it's obvious that this motivates our thinking towards our electing representative leaders who can be empowered to spend a lot more time researching the issues and then speak on behalf of a lot more people. So I want to switch screen share here for a minute now. So this is just a simple model. Did that switch properly? Looks like it's, there we go. So this is just giving an example of citizens around the circle. There's 20, 25 of them or so. And then one elected representative that we put in the middle that has outside say on speaking for everyone. And so for the sake of this example, those 25 people, their radius, I adjusted it so that the one in the middle has 25 times the radius of each of the smaller circles. But in reality, in our actual public governments, oftentimes this would be a lot closer to like 1,000,000 to 1. And so this is what we do. This is the system that we all live in, that controls the world around us, that decides what happens with a third of our income in tax dollars, something like 40% of all GDP is government spending. And then also the laws, the legal system that determines, what is and isn't allowed and who gets locked up or not, and so many decisions that really make a big difference. And so in many ways, this can be seen as an improvement, because now that one person in the middle has been empowered to actually study and research the issues. And hopefully there was a good process that, we made a good choice in selecting people who are really qualified. And so we can ask, like, what problems do we see here? And there are problems here. You can simulate some votes, and you can just see this is just to say, given some random issue, let's say we could be considering, should we go this way or should we go this way, representing the green and the red, yay or nay. And so this is just an example. Sometimes, some people are on this decision or some people are on that decision. Sometimes you kind of have the reverse. You actually have popular support will be on one direction, but it doesn't really matter, because once you've elected this one leader, you've centralized all this power in the hands of these leaders. They can just overrule. Maybe they get put out of office a few years later, 6 years later in the case of a senator, but oftentimes not. They usually have very high re-election rates. But I don't even want to focus on these it does introduce these accountability issues. Again, getting back to that dichotomy of so-called experts and elites versus the people. But there's another issue. And is it obvious to you? Can you see what that issue is? Just pause to see if it's clear or not. The problem is that we still take a direct vote on deciding who should be the person in the middle of this graph. We all go on election day and we all cast a vote, one person, one vote, in a direct sort of way to elect that single leader. And so we're trying to get out of these problems, but we're just right back into the same situation of, well, I'm just one out of a million constituents, or even more in the case of a senator. I live in California. I think we have 25 million voters and 2 senators. So if you were to assume that each senator is representing something like 12 million people, they're at large, it's not exactly like that. But it's just, for the average person, like, how likely can you really expect them to even research these people and research these candidates? And so you see this problem very clearly in the world. If you just ask people, what do you think of your congressional representatives or your city council representatives, or at any level, and the vast majority of people don't even know who their city council representatives are. And so we're attempting to have good representation, but it's clear that we obviously don't have it if you don't even know who your representative is. I mean, they definitely don't know your name, but you don't even know their name. I mean, that's obviously a problem. And so I just want to contrast this with another way of doing things that is now technologically possible. This only really became possible in the last few years, thanks to powerful internet-enabled technology in our pockets. But we could have much more of a network-based representative system. Sometimes this is called liquid democracy. I'm actually not as big of a fan of that term, even though I've been saying it for many years, because people contrast that with representative democracy. They think it's opposed to representative democracy. But this is just more representative. I think of this as decentralized representative democracy as opposed to electoral representative democracy. So we're just improving our representation. And so in this model, you can still have a representative. The idea is each last person you kind of get the best of both worlds. So you can vote directly on any policy and you count as one person, but then you also do pick representatives ahead of time, and they become like your backup. And so whenever you don't vote, whenever you don't weigh in on a particular decision, you've already empowered a representative for you. And so you're trying to get the best of both worlds. You're trying to have representation there for you when you can't necessarily study the issue, but also always have accountability, and you got to choose that representative yourself. They're not just the person that got 50% plus one, and you have so many more options. And so if you like your current representative, what's amazing about this model is it's completely inclusive. It's backwards compatible with what we have right now. So if you like the people that are representing you right now, you can delegate to them, set them as your representative, and just put it on autopilot exactly like what you're getting right now. But you have so much more flexibility. Maybe you agree with them on 90% of issues, but there's these 10% of issues you want to kind of mix and match. And so the point is you actually get to be accountable and in charge, and have a lot more expressivity with how you feel, with what your preferences are. And so that's great for so many reasons from an accountability point of view, but this really does flip the dynamic on that low information voter problem, like we were talking about before. Because before, the issue was, okay, I'm trying to decide who should I elect. I'm looking at this ballot and I have this many people as my options, 4 candidates as my options, and I don't really know any of them. I've only been presented to them in these like 30-second blurbs, or maybe I saw them give a speech once. If I'm more engaged, maybe I know a little bit more about them, but it's still really hard for a lot of people. And again, that's why so many people don't even know these people. But in this sort of model, in the old model, the calculus is, do you want to study these representatives? And you can decide, okay, am I going to cast my vote as 1 in 10,000 constituents or 50,000 constituents or 1 million constituents? Or am I just going to focus on my job, focus on my family, and stay home? And so neither one of those is a great option, if you ask me. In this new model, because the way this works is each person is accumulating voting power in a more cumulative way. So you're not forced to pick between strangers that you don't know. You're not forced to pick between these candidates or politicians or representatives that are presented like products. Instead, you can actually delegate to a friend of yours, or to a favorite writer of yours, or professor of yours, or family member of yours, or someone that you've actually spent years and years getting to know, or decades getting to know. And so just the difficulty of making that decision becomes much, much easier. Just looking at it simply as an information problem, it becomes much easier to make decisions in a system like this. And you still have that safety of like, okay, well, I trust Jeffrey. Jeffrey trusts Caroline on this particular issue. Caroline trusts Alexis, and you can always see up. So if you're not comfortable with that decision, you can always take back and override on the way down. And so the point is, now the calculus shifts from, okay, I can weigh in, looking again at this cost benefit analysis, I can weigh in as 1 in 1 million people. But if I don't weigh in, I'm still empowering these people who I've already trusted. And so it's just a much less pressure to have to make the right decision. And as more and more people are pooling, as if nobody's weighing in on this issue, then it comes to Alexis, and Alexis is now commanding 13 votes in this example. And so now they're not just 1 in 1 million people, now they're actually casting a lot more voting power. And so now that calculus, that cost benefit analysis, can get back in a more healthy balance. And so my proposal, what I'm suggesting, is that we have this fundamental problem of the low information voter problem. It's around us all over the place. Once you see it, you can notice it everywhere you look, in public governments and private organizations and DAOs and just our communities and schools and even just families. I mean, even just who's gonna, if you're living with roommates, who's gonna make sure that the dishes get washed. And so having this more flexible mechanism allows us to empower leaders while still having accountability and make the decision really easy for individuals. That's really the goal. And so not only can we have more accountability, but just going back to, again, to our model of what makes good governance, we can actually have intelligence as well. And so that's one of the really exciting things about this model. And again, it's really inclusive. So there's lots of other ideas for good governance, like using random citizen assemblies and sortition, and using artificial intelligence that understands your preferences and can represent you well. And there's some people that are interested in market-based mechanism, like using prediction markets and what's called futarchy, and all sorts of other ideas. And what's really great about this model is it's kind of like a base layer that allows you as an individual, you have a marketplace of options. So someone sets up a particular sortition system, but there's all sorts of parameters and like how exactly it runs. You can choose to be represented by the one that you feel is the best, that represents you best. that's what's really powerful about this model. Is it's relatively simple to set up. There are all sorts of other technical problems underlying it. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going into them today. But we can have a much better world. And so I would love to see a lot more experimentation with these models. There've been a number of experiments going back for years. There's all sorts of ways that you can evaluate them, but the more the merrier. And DAOs are really exciting because they have, again, so much flexibility, and they are facing these issues with very low participation rates. And so, yeah, that's a high level overview of what I want to talk about today. Thank you very much.
Okay, David, very instructive talk. Of course, amazingly interesting as well. And I also like it very much to see your simulation when we can see properly what goes on with all this theory that is behind it. Definitely something remarkable. Congratulations about the presentation. I would love to understand from you, and I'm gonna to concatenate here a question that we had in the chat with my own question. What are the hurdles to overcome this current situation in order to implement the liquid democracy, or since you are not fan of this terminology, we can call it democracy 3.0 as well, would be something similar, right?
Yeah.
And how people can contribute and make it happen, to support this to happen.
Yeah, great question. So the really powerful thing that got me excited about these ideas 7 years ago now was I was introduced to this approach of doing it where you have using this in public governance and settings like DAOs. You can just start experimenting with them right now, and there have been some experiments, and there's some people test them out inside corporations, within political parties. So that's all great. I personally see the really big benefit in public governments for the simple reason of just I'm paying a lot of money in taxes every day in income. And so if I'm spending a third of my income on taxes, that means a third of the week I'm actually working for the government. So I would like the government to represent me as well as possible and work as effectively as possible. And again, it's just the estimates. If you add up all the spending, it's 40% of GDP is government spending. And so it's really easy. There's so many people that say, what can I do? I'm just one person. But just like in the US alone, it's I think $4 trillion a year. And so if you can improve that by 1%, that's $40 billion of better allocated funding every single year. And I think our opportunity to improve things is radically higher than 1% efficiency gain. So that's the really hard thing. I mean, this is the hardest mode, is in public governments. There are some technical problems and then there are some political problems. The technical problems, there's like implementation details of like the specifics of the algorithm. It's relatively simple. You preset your representatives. Whenever you cast a vote, you look recursively down at everyone that's delegating to you. And if they don't have a vote already cast, you cast one by proxy for them. At any time later, they can come in and override it. It's just a very simple recursive loop, like 3 lines. You can implement it 3 lines in a SQL database for millions of voters at scale. The much harder technical problem is identity verification. Having one person, one vote. And DAOs, we have, like Ben was talking about, we have this whole token voting scheme. So the hard problem on the internet is, nobody knows you're a dog. This is the famous comic from the 1990s. And so ensuring that no person can create 1 million accounts, and that's tricky. There are lots of answers though. I mean, we have identity verification when we pay our taxes. You can just send people mail it, like we have our whole vote by mail system. So that's a lot of the work that we're doing with Civ is sort of onboarding people. Secure internet voting is onboarding our regular public governments to basically give us digital franchisement so that we can start being able to use these other models as well. And then the political problems, the really hard way to do this would be to say, oh, we need to get a constitutional amendment, or we need, some civil war, we need some revolution to institute that. I don't personally think that is going to happen anytime soon, nor do I think that would even really be that great. I don't think rapid explosive change is typically all that great. What you can do is try it out on small scales, do small scale experiments. So what I did in 2018, this idea that really captured my imagination was this idea that you can take existing people that run for office in the existing system and say, if I get elected, I will cast votes in the legislature as directed by this new system. So that's what my campaign was all about. I pledged there are 80 members of the California Assembly. I was running for one of the seats. If I got elected, one of them would become this internet age representative model. The other 79 stay exactly the way they are. What's amazing about that is then you just need to win that single race, which lots of people are winning electoral races all the time. It contains the possible downside risk far more. Even if the whole internet goes down, there's lots of times that elected representatives are out in the hospital for weeks or even months at a time. And so then if it goes well, then you can expand to 2 seats and then 3 seats. And so starting at the smallest scale possible and moving up, I think that's really the path. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds very interesting again. And I hope for Michael Scott, it answers a bit as well as he was interested in knowing about the voting system in the US. So potentially it's something, if you are from there, Michael, that you can also support and understand a little bit. But now we have one more question from Jan Horlings from the Singularity Foundation, please.
Hi, David. It was a great talk, and you explain it in very clear way, and very important for all of us here, liquid democracy, even if you don't like the term. But I wonder about, well, 2 questions, 2 quick questions, and then a larger question, if we have time for that. So first question is, do you expect people to choose one representative for everything, or can they choose a representative for legal stuff and a representative for financial stuff, and so on and so on, and social? And
Yeah. So I just take the last question. I would argue that if you had just one representative, it would still be an improvement over the status quo, where we only have one representative. And so that's already a big improvement. And once you get things digital, you can start getting far more sophisticated and fancy. And so, yeah, I happen to know a lot about technology. And so I have somewhat more informed opinions on that. I know very little about healthcare and healthcare policy, but I have a very close friend that's a doctor. And so I would love to be able to, trade and exchange our representation on something like that. And so, yeah, you can imagine lots of different topic by topic representation. You can even, there's a lot of varieties of how exactly this can work. You can even have like a panel. So you can say, here's the 5 people who are my personal all-star panel on issues of foreign policy, and these people on tax policy, and these people on, this particular question. There is a technical implementation detail there, which is that figuring out which category any individual decision gets bucketed into is itself a hard problem. And so there are existing things that people can use, like the existing legislatures typically do sort things. You can see which committee it came out of. Congress.gov does this. But just deciding what the issue is itself kind of half the political battle. Not to trigger anybody, but like the issue of abortion is an extremely controversial issue in America. And so there's some people say, well, this is an issue about women's rights. And other people say this is an issue about protecting the newborn. And other people say this is an issue about religious rights. And other people say this is about privacy rights. And so depending on how you frame the issue, that already, that's half the battle, or 90% of the battle.
That's already very interesting, but I have a question behind the question here.
Yeah,
First of all, do you think this is just fit for national elections, or is that also fit for organizations, DAOs, and other structures, etc.? And if you give me a quick answer, then I'll come with the real question.
Yeah, I think it's better governance for anything. I think the slight issue is just governance gets harder at scale, so you get the highest bang for your the things that are struggling with governance are the largest scale things, and so the biggest benefit can be gained with the largest scale things. But it can be used for small scale things too. And there's been really cool experiments with that, with just 7 friends using it.
Let me ask you about the challenge that I see, because I'm considering also liquid democracy, also in our deep funding, and maybe also in our Syncom DAO entity that we are creating, among other options. But I was imagining, suppose that we are doing that and we have 10,000 people in our community and they will all use liquid voting, and they say, okay, I know this person, I know Raphael, or I know Jan, they know about this topic, so they can cast my vote. Now imagine that these same 10,000 people are in the same way immersed in 100 other organizations. I mean, their supermarket, their political party, their school, I don't know. At some point, it will be very hard to keep track. You will have a day job in choosing who will be your representative there and having a mental image on who did what, and maybe technology can help with statistics and voting and stuff. My fear there is, and I like the structure, and I think it has benefits, but the potential problem I see emerging is that at some point you have cast your vote, you have created a representative, but because you're involved in so many things and your daily life goes on, as you mentioned in the beginning, you will just forget about it. So you created your representative, you forget about it, and that means that this person you chose will be having your vote forever in that entity.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. There's a whole bunch of different ways that I would approach it. Again, one, I just compare to the status quo. The status quo, if people aren't even voting right now, that's bad. Or they're casting really low quality things, that's bad. Depending on how you want to configure it, the constitution of the body, you could say you can set it and it just stays forever, or you could say maybe you need to renew it every few years and it expires automatically. There's interesting decisions that can be made there. Our attitude, my attitude that I push is like these liquid candidates, the people running for office that say I'm going to do this, they should experiment with different parameters. And so we can see this is that people try these parameters, this is what happened. People try these parameters, this is what happened. To your point about lots of other different mechanisms, like I'm a big fan of these ideas of prediction market-based governance, where you have markets who win money for guessing which policy will actually lead to people being happier, and they get penalized financially for guessing incorrectly about which policies will actually lead to good outcomes. Lots of people are not into that because they don't like markets and all sorts of other reasons. But so what's really powerful again about this is that if I can pick my representation, then I can delegate to these other models. So it's just so much more inclusive of all the different possible models. Does that cover most of your questions?
Great answer. And I think we have to talk another hour for this to go a little bit in depth, and we should sometimes because it's fascinating.
Yeah.
But it's a journey, right? It's the first step on a long journey, and it's so new still.
I mean, it's a lifelong problem, and like I frame it. You mentioned this democracy 3.0. I frame it as like ancient Athenian democracy is direct democracy 1.0. That's 2,000-year-old democracy. And then you have 1776 democracy of we're all 9% of us are farmers. We're going to send one person off to the capital. That's before harnessing electricity, before telegraphs or anything like that. Now we have 21st century technology, information, communication technology. We can have 21st century democracy, but you can't do this overnight. I mean, it's a centuries long transition. And so, yeah, but the more people talking about it and experimenting these things, the better.
Thanks a lot, David. I massively appreciate it. And I think we have to go back to Raphael to introduce our next guest.
Thanks for having me.
Exactly. I am also here willing to have at least a couple of hours in order for us to talk deeper into that. We barely didn't touch in the quadratic voting and etc. that you mentioned. But thank you very much for your participation here, David, and I hope we can talk soon about. Okay, thank you. Okay. So going forward with our next speaker would be Anton Kolonin. He's going to talk about proof of reputation as a liquid democracy for distributed systems. He is the leading analyst, design and development of complex AI applications, has a PhD in technical science, founder AI agents, architect SingularityNET and SingularityDAO. Anton is a Russian computer science, an AI and blockchain architect, one of SingularityNet's senior AI researchers, and the founder and owner of AI Agents Group, a social computing platform, where he is leading analysis, design, and development of complex systems. At AI Agents, they are devoted to give each internet user an individual trainable software agent for intelligent search of information on the web, sharing it with other users privately or within closed or open communities. Anton focuses on software design and development, signal processing, artificial intelligence, and geophysics. He is playing a vital role in SingularityNet work on unsupervised language learning and in the development of SingularityNet's decentralized reputation management system. Anton regularly contributes to their blog and his AI agents and has represented SingularityNet at various events. Together with Ben Goertzel and others, he published a paper on how to possibly achieve AGI through a reputation system for artificial societies. Anton, please, I am pleased that you are here. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I share the screen? It's disabled so far. So I don't hear you and the screen. Okay, now it works. Okay, so let me go full screen. Enter full screen, and thank you for making a chance to talk in such great event. I'm going to talk about proof of reputation as a liquid democracy for distributed systems. And the journey that I'm going to talk about is more than 20 years old. It has started at WebMind project, working with Ben Goertzel at this startup, and some ideas that came during this project has eventually led up to creating the AI Agents social computing platform that I was running for several years. And the idea of this social computing platform was giving people a chance to figure out the relationships that people are having on social networks and building the models of the social environments and describing the peers and the partners and showing people who are the peers and the partners they are talking about to make the stronger and more efficient relationships. And then it ended up with development of what we call proof of reputation concept. And eventually, when I joined with SingularityNET 5 years ago, we have came up with what we call distributed decentralized reputation system and weighted liquid rank algorithm that I will be talking about just in a minute. And eventually, we have implemented the SingularityNET reputation system in Python, which was also along the way implemented as a similar reputation system in Java. And then the reputation system for SingularityNET has been explored as being an efficient tool for building reputation system for any marketplaces beyond the SingularityNET. And again, I'll show some results on it at some point during this presentation. Also, the concept of this reputation system has been implemented in SingularityNET Mindplex startup, and then it is being developed and explored for being part of the Hypercycle project. At the same time, I'm working with my students on building the reputation consensus for blockchain, and also for implementing the concept of reputation system for more efficient recommendations. So talking about details on these endeavors, in AIGEN social computing platform, we are making it possible for a user of the AIGEN's component to build up connections with the feeds and contacts and peers and other people that people are connected to through their accounts on Discord, forums, Slack, Telegram, Reddit, Twitter, social networks. Then also people can link their accounts on blockchains like Ethereum, and the social networks built on top of blockchain like Steemit and Golos. And using the social graph analysis on these blockchains and social networks, we can come up with the reputation scores representing the fairness and reliability and trustability of every node on such a network, where the node in such a network is obviously either a person or organization or decentralized organization, or it might be even a virtual entity being an agent impersonating particular person or particular service. And during this study, we have found that in order to make a fair assessment of the reputation for a node on the network, we need to come up with something more complex than just counting likes or votes. We need to figure out that every vote or every like on the network has its cost, and the cost of the like is or a vote is can be considered as a reputation of the person who is making the vote. And we concluded that instead of counting the weight of the node on a network based on the what is called proof of work in the proof of work consensus, or based on the amount of stake, which is part of the proof of stake consensus, we can weight the value of the node based on the reputation which is owned by the node on the network. And the reputation is based on the reputation ratings given by the other participants on the network, and weight of the other participant is in turn is based on the ratings given to this person. And so we can build what we call liquid rank, weighted liquid rank, because we weight these ranks according to the weights of the people. So one of the applications that we have made with SingularityNET for the marketplaces, we have tried to apply this weighted liquid rank algorithm as a tool for fraud resistance. And we have implemented the proof of concept reputation system in Java and in Python, and made a massive computer simulation trying to see how the large marketplaces where people sell and buy particular goods, and where people are suffering by scam and reputation gaming being implemented by the agents or sellers who are acting on the market dishonestly, saying low quality goods with the reputations of these goods or their own trading accounts being artificially pumped up by the botnets. And we have found that whenever you implement any simple rating system or on a network like 5-star rating system, then inevitably you immediately get most of the audience suffering from the scam, because it's quite easy to abuse such a reputation system, creating botnets where the bots are pumping out the accounts. And in some cases it gets more I would say profitable to sell low quality goods and invest into the bots pumping up your reputation instead of selling high quality goods. And what we have found that if we implement the right reputation system, then we can nicely isolate these low quality good sellers along with the bots who are promoting these low quality good sellers. These are red points. and we can rather identify the fair vendors or fair sellers who are not using reputation gaming, who are earning their reputation based on the organic ratings, and we can also discriminate the honest raters against dishonest raters. So we can identify both honest vendors and suppliers and dishonest vendors and suppliers. So honest ones are blue and dishonest ones are red, and we can make marketplaces safer and more fair places for the business. Another thing that we have tried is we tried to use this unified liquid rank reputation competition to be applied for different social media platforms. So this weighted liquid rank algorithm that we have came up with SingularityNET now use it in the agents platform across multiple social networks and blockchains. We have applications to deal with ratings and reputation computation on VKontakte social network, Twitter, Reddit, Slack, Telegram, Discord, and 3 blockchains like Ethereum, Steemit, and Golos. Moreover, one of my students has run the work to see how the reputation system based on this weighted liquid rank can be used to improve the quality of the content recommendation. So when you are doing content recommendation based on the social media and social graphs on social media, you might have a problem with the same reputation gaming because of the particular content may be promoted by the dishonest voters or likers who are promoting your fake or abusing content in by some sort of the botnet. So we have shown that if we implement the weighted liquid rank, we can decrease the importance of the non-organic or reputation gaming based ratings, and we can benefit or increase the value of the ratings made by honest organic raters. And then on this bar chart, you can see that when the liquid rank reputation system is implemented, we can get much higher correct recommendations and pretty low percentage of the irrelevant recommendations. Also, another my student have implemented the prototype of the blockchain consensus mechanism based on that weighted liquid rank algorithm. So actually he has implemented reputation consensus for an arbitrary blockchain, and we have, and again the picture on this slide is showing how it works. So instead of relying on proof of work or proof of money, so which are assuming that forces either that forces power or money is a power, we are considering that the reputation is a power, and using this weighted liquid rank algorithm where the importance or chance of the node to get the block formation right, where the value of the node is based on the pyramid or hierarchy of the reputation scores given by a person with account to the reputation of the participants of this hierarchy. This kind of way of weighting the node value is given more appropriate and more honest results. And here you can see that also the performance of the reputation consensus is good in such case. So that when the amount of nodes and then of the network is growing, that throughput and average block time and consensus time are increasing linearly. So performance is of this consensus mechanism can be rather good. And also we have run the experiments, and it has shown that the performance appears pretty high compared to the conventional blockchain mechanism, especially if we fine-tune the proof of reputation consensus with the parameters that we have as part of its implementation. And also we can show that it is more resistant to different sorts of attacks that are known to blockchain consensus. We have considered a few different reputation computation options. Like you can, if you are implementing the blockchain consensus on a blockchain. You can compute what we call reputation snapshot, or distribution of reputation of every participants in the network, either on every block, or you can make it periodically, like if the new block in the chain is is being computed every few seconds or every minute or whatever, you can update the reputation snapshot more often, like once per day or once per hour. Also, different sorts of ratings, implicit or explicit ratings, can be involved into the reputation snapshot computation. Yeah, like you can use what we call transactional ratings, which can be explicit, like tips that you are supplying with your transaction for the person or a node computing some service for you, or you can assign some stars to the person or account or service that is being provided to you, or you can just make likes on a social network. So explicit ratings mean that you explicitly provide some bump or boost to the reputation of the account that you are rating. Or there might be implicit ratings. So for example, if a system is not designed to use reputation system, you can still get the data out of the system, like transactions, mentions on social media, or comments, positive or negative, that are given on the social media, and you can infer the reputation out of this ratings. Also, there are things that we call endorsing ratings, like if someone follows someone, or put some stake on someone, or just put some stars on the account, or not for particular service. We can have this long-term endorsing ratings also being part of the reputation computation, and then whatever is happening between the two snapshots is contributing to the new reputation snapshot being computed at the end of the reputation evaluation period. Also, we are considering different modes of the reputation consensus implementation for blockchain. Like it can be completely off-chain, right? So we don't have the reputation computation engine part of the blockchain. We have just some aside off-chain application which updates reputation snapshots. Or we may have some what we call reputation agency, multiple reputation agents computing the reputations for the same network, and then that's up to the participants of the network to select which reputation snapshot and which reputation agency maintaining this snapshot has more value and more reliable. Or we can make the reputation consensus algorithm considered as part of the blockchain. So the reputation might be computed as part of the blockchain protocol, and then reputation snapshots are part of the blockchain design, and then computing reputation becomes something what we call reputation mining. So the protocol should also involve some compensation or beneficial payments for the contributors to these reputation snapshot maintainers on the blockchain. And finally, it can be just side chain. So you might have just another blockchain aside with the main blockchain, and this aside blockchain would be taking care about computation of reputation for the primary blockchain. So the reputation engine for the weighted liquid rank algorithm has the design described in the paper that is referenced here. I won't spend more time on designing the details on it. Just mention the work that is in progress right now. So we are trying to see how we can go further, and we are looking in how we can avoid more scamming or reputation gaming schemes within our reputation computation algorithm. Like one of the problems that is still not completely solved here is problem with reputation gaming. For example, you can see reputation gaming example here when there are nodes A and C are providing organic reputations to node B, and node C positive ratings to the node B, and node C is providing organic negative rating to node D, where node D is a scammer or reputation gamer, and the node D has its own swarm of the reputation gaming bots EFG, who are providing positive reputation to node D, and node D providing positive reputation ratings to the nodes in the swarm. So here we have what we call reputation circle, and using the algorithm that we are coming with, you can actually compute out these reputation circles, and then you can clean the reputation on the right. So on the left you have non-cleaned or abused reputation snapshot, and on the right you are getting what you have when the process of cleaning the reputation snapshot is performed. So the node B is getting organic positive reputation, and node D is getting organic negative reputation. You can also consider the same picture with the snapshot with the reputation score mapped to the range between 0 and 1. And again, in non-organic reputation gaming world, on the left you can see that node B and node D have closely high positive reputation, but after you apply the cleaning algorithm, you are getting node B having reputation at 1 and node D having reputation brought down to 0. So thank you for attention, and I'm open to your questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anton, for your explanation. As we can see, it's a very important, I would say, paramount process and feature for centralized, decentralized, even though we are focusing mainly in one. But I do have a question from our chat here. If that's the same reputation system, the one that you presented now, that is being used in the SDAO.
Yeah, I think I honestly guess that parts of the reputation design is being used there. I'm part of the Singularity DAO, but at Singularity DAO I'm working more on social media analysis and simulation and backtesting on the market data, and I'm not working on the reputation system at the Singularity DAO per se, but definitely the ideas that I have been presenting are part of the reputation system design in Singularity DAO. Maybe Jan can get more information on extent to which it is true.
Yeah, please.
That was my cue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't answer that question. I don't know exactly how Singularity DAO is using their reputation system and how they are building it. I would expect indeed it has parts of Anton's agents. I do have another question, Anton, if I may. You know, for deep funding, we are also trying, well, right now to implement a very, very, very light and modest version of reputation. But I'm a big fan of reputation. For one of the reasons is that if you have a reputation system with a lot of sources and a lot of attributes related to it that you can measure, then you have a system that will enable you to equalize and balance different signals continuously. I have a number of questions about that. One question would be, do you see a system like that? Would it be possible? So suppose that we have been collecting data for 2 years, also thinking on Mindplex, for instance, and that system has evolved based on certain parameters that you score certain behavior. I'm not talking about people behaving and not necessarily systems or combination, and give certain points to certain behavior. Do you think it's possible in retrospect to say, for all this period of time that we are already collecting, we want to change the values of certain actions? Because then the system would have to recalculate everything.
Yes, that's question very good. So what we have been trying for that marketplace analysis. We have been trying to simulate historical data of the marketplace development, and we also were trying to compute the reputation over the time in a system based on the different, I would say, hyperparameters. And then we were able to see to which extent the hyperparameters for one run over the history or versus another run over the same history are ending up with more fair or less fair reputation snapshot in the end of the run. Yeah. Okay, and technically you do can something like that. Start some community running from time from the beginning of the particular period with default settings of the reputation system, and in the end just get particular scores for every participant in the community. But then you can technically tell, okay, so now let's try what happens if we change the rules of the game, and you come up with different versions of the reputation states for after the 2 years, and then you may have some metric which would evaluate the fairness of the score. For example, in our experiments with the marketplaces, we were considering different financial metrics like amount of money that people are losing versus gaining, or correlation between the assessments for the accounts that are known as fake or known as alien, and accounts that are known to be fair and known to be good. And we were able to verify to which extent our scores are relevant to the ground truth verified scores. Okay, and then based on this metric, we could say, okay, well, we have found that the default parameters that we were using over the time appears not right. So we would be changing rules of the game. And technically, what we can do, we can say, well, guys, we need to just recompute your scores. So you have such and such reputation, and you have such and such reputation. Now there are just two questions. First question is I would say policy, whether this kind of update of the reputation state in a community is part of the rules of the game. So the rule of the game may be that the rules of the game may change. Okay, that's number one. And second is just computational cost, because in order to do this exercise, you need to spend some resources. And if it is a decentralized organization, that decentralized organization should somehow decide that they can afford this computation cost. But the great question is great.
That actually brings me to another question, which is very much related, and I can already imagine the answer. I suppose that if you have a system without a reputation system, say Twitter, and you would be able to put parameters there, I can imagine that you could harvest reputation based on the same computational effort, and then going through the history, seeing all the links. And of course, the computational effort becomes very hard with the liquid part, because that will require a lot of calculation, I suppose. But theoretically, it would be possible to go to an existing system, and such a huge system would be extremely hard. A smaller system might be easier, and then retroactively implement a reputation system.
I was doing it for the Ethereum starting day 0. Eventually, unfortunately, I gave up with experiments, but because it has requested too much computational power, which I didn't possess. But I was doing that for entire Ethereum, and with no issue, it can be done for any smaller system as long as you have the data, and you have the data in case of the blockchain.
So maybe we should give Elon a call and say that we can solve his problems.
Yeah, sure.
Another question I have related to this, Anton, if I may, do we still have time, Rafael? I think so, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Andre Ernst, the previous speaker, talked about liquid democracy. So I think it's fantastic that we have liquid democracy and reputation, my two favorite governance mechanisms in a row here. So I'd like to use this opportunity to ask you, how do you see the difference between them? One way of looking at it is saying that liquid democracy is just an other input of a bigger reputation system. But I can also imagine that there may be other ways that you can merge a reputation system with liquid democracy. What is your take on that?
I don't see difference because the first paper that I wrote in 2017 and this was called reputation system as a liquid democracy. So to me, the weighted liquid rank reputation system is just instrument for implementing liquid democracy.
Yeah, trying to let that sink in, but yeah, I can imagine also that if you have if you have a reputation system, that indeed a liquid democracy is reputation. But it's reputation based on one attribute, being what other people think of you. And whereas the reputation system that, as I see it, might have many different inputs, might have an input, how much is this politician liked, but maybe might also have input, how often does he vote? And how often is he present in meetings and I don't know what, talking about politics. So I can imagine that such a system would actually make a liquid democracy even stronger by saying getting votes from people is just one dimension, but there are other dimensions that will add to your popularity or reputation, which are not completely in control of the voters, but are otherwise determined.
Yes, so the design of what we call weighted liquid rank algorithm involves that there might be many ingredients. Like, for example, the reputation formula might blend multiple inputs, like how often you participate the voting process, how much money you contribute to charity, how many votes are given to you, and how money you are earning in a fair way, whatever. And then the parameters or hyperparameters of the system are just weights of this. And these weights, to be fair for the system, they should be the same for the whole community. It's part of the governance. Yeah. It's part of the governance policy for a community. And as you mentioned in your first question, there might be a policy that the policy might be changed retrospectively based on some reconciliation process, which can be also aligned based on the votes of the entire community using the same reputation system.
Yeah, fascinating. Yeah, so of course, those influencing those hyperparameters will give you, if you are able to influence them, then you have unlimited power. Because you can define everything. And I think some important character set with great power comes great responsibility. But yeah, I suppose that would require in itself strong governance thing. So going back to the way I see it with deep funding, which I will be talking about afterwards, we start with a relatively simple reputation system. The next stage could be to make it liquid, to make it more gradual. We are defining the parameters right now based on what we think is correct. at some point, and maybe we will change the parameters if we say something goes wrong. And then it might go this way, and then it might go that way, and then we change it again, and it goes this way because we are overreacting. And my expectation and my hope is that over time, the system will get more balanced as it gets more signals, more inputs, and better managed hyper attributes, what do you call it? And then when we are at that stage, then we should make sure that we have very good governance so that any change to these hyperparameters would require a vote in itself by a proper committee or whatever. So yeah, just taking this opportunity because I think it's fantastic to hear your ideas on reputation and David Ernst's ideas on liquid democracy. And also know that we have a lot of ground to cover there before we are where we want to be. So thank you a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Raphael, any other questions remaining?
At this point, no, we had one question from our audience. Anton, thank you very much for your talk and for being here with us. We still have 7 minutes, Jan, for your presentation. Would you like to take the time?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I wouldn't mind starting. But I think we decided not to start early in order to give people, because people might tune in or whatever, and it would be a pity if they're too late.
Absolutely. Let's wait then. We are going to get back in 6 minutes or so. So guys in the audience, please keep on. As soon as more people is in, we can get going with Jan's presentation. Okay, Jan, if you can please share the co-host with me for me to share. Thank you very much. Okay. Hope all of you had the opportunity to relax a bit between these two very interesting and fundamental for our decentralized organizations to happen. So let's keep going. Jan, are you with us?
I am with you, alive and kicking.
Okay, amazing and lovely. So I'm going to introduce Jan Horlings, and he is going to talk about deep funding from experiment to governance. Jan was working as a digital strategy consultant when he first joined the community of SingularityNET. After becoming increasingly active, especially around the voting event of the Phase 2 proposal, Jan was invited to strengthen the SingularityNET Foundation team, first in the role of VP of Product and recently as CPO. Currently, one of Jan's primary tasks is to lead the deep funding program to a successful, sustainable, and community-driven future. Jan, please.
Wow, I couldn't have said it better, Raphael. You're still sharing. Shall I share my screen instead? Or yeah, let me just start sharing immediately. Yeah, that's no, let me see if I have the right one here. Should be this one. Yes.
That's the one. Nice.
Go to the slideshow. So I'll be talking you through deep funding. I think deep funding has been around for a year by now. Actually, I was starting this presentation under the assumption that everybody would know deep funding that is here, but that might not be the case. So let's just quickly go through a few points of deep funding while I'm adjusting my screen a little bit. So the main goal of deep funding is a grant program. It's a grant program from SingularityNET, and the main goal of deep funding is to grow the AI platform, and doing that by supporting developers that want to create services, AI services on our platform, or that create solutions that use AI services, or that create other tooling or marketing initiatives around the platform. The most important aspect of deep funding is that it is community driven. So the SingularityNET Foundation and deep funding team, we can have all kinds of opinions on anything, but in the end, it is the community that decides which proposals are being awarded. Everybody can make a proposal, and the community decides by a vote who will be awarded. But it goes further than that, the community-driven part. It's not just deciding who will win, but it's also talking with us and helping us with the governance, with the processes and tools around deep funding. So these 3 points you see here, we wrote down a year ago, and I think they're still valid. Although I must say that the term DAO is getting a little bit old already, interestingly. It's a little bit restricted, and maybe we should say a community-driven governance or something. And how that will look, we will find out in the future. So let's go to the next screen. Oh, oops, that's too far. So these are the main successful factors that we also outlined a year ago or something like that. And we can see now where we are. So some things I'm very happy with, some things I think still need to grow. So a constant supply of decent and high quality and good fit proposals, that is something that is very important. And I'm very, very happy with the proposals that we are getting in. I think there are a lot of very high level, very high quality proposals, and also a lot of high quality projects have been awarded. So on that part, I think I am most satisfied. Continuous and constructive community involvement. I would say from a quality point of view, I'm very happy, especially this last round. There were people who literally created hundreds of comments for all kinds of proposals, and also got very good feedback on those comments. And I saw a lot of intelligent, deep questions on a lot of proposals, so I'm extremely happy with that. Where we could improve here is the amount of people. And then finally, scalability in the event of growing popularity. Well, the event is already happening a little bit, but we're not there yet. We need better tooling, we need improved processes, maybe even a bigger team or more community involvement, which we are working on, and I might come to that in one of the next screens. So that's where we are now. By the way, this presentation goes from high level to a little bit more detailed things. I'm not quite sure how much time I will have. Should we not reach it to the end, it's not a problem. At least we have covered the most important things. I thought it would be good after finishing round 2. So we only had 2 regular deep funding rounds. Which is amazing if I think about all the things that are happening. But so the most important metrics in this slide are that in round 2, we decided to halve the total amount that could be awarded. Also due to the token exchange rates at that time, and while we have token and we award in USD value of the token. But at the same time, you see that the number of submissions and the number of projects that were eligible have roughly doubled. So that means that the competition is 4 times as hard. So the double amount of people fight basically for half the amount of money. And that also means that there was a lot of competition in this last round. And I'm very happy with the projects that were awarded. I think our community did a very good job there. But of course, there are always a few people few things that you would like to see different. Personally, everybody has that. And there are certainly a number of proposals out there that were not awarded, but had really good quality projects. So that's a fact of life. I think as we are growing, that will happen more often. But I hope also to see the overall quality of all projects that are proposed growing. And I hope also that maybe next round we can increase the total awarded amount a little bit. But we'll see about that in a couple of months. So going to the end goal, since this is also about governance. So the guiding principles for governance in the context of deep funding would be these. Of course, the processes and tools should be transparent, fair, and reliable. Sounds like an open door, but might not always be. And it's something to have always in our mind, always be clear about. Might also be sometimes in conflict with things like privacy, so that is something we have to solve and also make a decision on. The thing that I take very seriously is that the deep funding team should always be prepared and able to explain the rules and calculations and outcomes of voting events. I did just that yesterday in a governance meeting. We had a very interesting governance meeting, real life governance, real discussions, real topics. And I also explained what went right and what went wrong and the reasoning. So that is the mindset that we have at deep funding. We try out a lot of things and sometimes things fail. We experiment a lot, come back to that. But we always explain what we're doing. Maybe we'll change a rule here and there, but we'll always be transparent with the goal of improving it in the next round. Now, the last thing is one for the long term, but it's something that I think is a key success factor for the sustainability of any decentralized program, to have a healthy dynamic. So that means one thing is that you don't have a dead end, that you don't vote on something forever. You can't change it anymore, for instance, because you never have a quorum that can change that vote. So you have to be careful that whatever you think is great today might not be that great tomorrow anymore. So you have to have in-great possibilities to make changes going forward. And that is also very important in the larger entity of Syncom DAO, which we will be talking about later. I also want to avoid a situation that becomes stale, where you always see the same faces and there's never any change. And there are few faces with people that have known opinions, and they always win because they are most popular or whatever. And similarly, I want to avoid a situation where we create layer upon layer upon layer, even if they're all community members, and all these people would get acquired rights and think they are somewhere and nobody can take it away from them anymore. I think the system should be governed by merit and activity, being actually active. And I think that is explained in the next slide. So what you can see here, that cloud would depict our community. And I think it's important that it stays dynamic, that there's a place for people that want to be really highly engaged and active. But there's also a place for people that are lower in activity, that don't have that much time maybe. And maybe that can change over time. Maybe some moment in your life or in your week or whatever, you have no time, and other periods you have a lot of time. And that should change also the way you interact with the community. Maybe time of day or week is not the best, but time of year or whatever could make those changes. And also it should be possible for new members to enter and get a good position and become active and become important. It shouldn't be the case that the current active people that are there and have been there for 2 years are so powerful and have so much staying power that new members will never be able to rise to the top. I think for a healthy system, it should be dynamic, it should be ongoing and flowing, which means that also sometimes people might not be that active anymore, and at some point not be active at all anymore. Until maybe 2 years later, if they have a new job or whatever, they can come in again and then become active again. So I think when creating a system, whether it's with what we saw before, liquid democracy, or based on a reputation system, it should always have this in mind, that we keep the community fresh and open and dynamic. I'm probably talking too much on every slide, so we'll see how far we get. I had this slide at the end, but I decided to pull it up because I think this is probably the most important slide of this presentation. And also thinking about very recent discussions and happenings we had with our community. So the way I see deep funding maturing is through these 3 phases. So first, what we are doing is experimenting a lot, trying out things. And sometimes things are not perfectly defined yet, but we'll try, we'll see if it works. Sometimes, very often, we don't have the proper tools for them, which might lead to errors because we have to do things manually, which we rather would see automated, or there have to be large calculations or whatever. But we don't want to wait until we have perfect tools or perfect processes. We want to push on and experiment and learn as much as possible. And that's what we're doing right now. I expect in the next phase that the experimentation in the main part will become less, because we are finding out which things work well, which things work less, and we'll get in some kind of balance, and we have a proper tool set and a proper set of processes, etc., that we think, well, maybe from round 1 to 2, I think 70% of the things and the rules, etc., changed. I think when we are at round 7, and between round 7 and 8, maybe only 10% will change. And then we are in a consolidation state. And when we are sufficiently consolidated, we will go to the governed state. And that means that we can still make changes to these consolidated things, but these changes would need some proper governance. So suppose that I want to have a different set of pools or different conditions for entry or whatever. The rules for making those changes should become a little bit more strict the further we are in our maturity. Now, the important thing is that everybody should understand where we are today in this journey. So, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, Raphael, but I would say we are here right now. And of course, we get an issue if people think that we are here or are here and they expect perfect processes and perfect definitions. And they are really people, if you have that expectation, then I can totally imagine that you are distressed if something is suddenly changed. On the other hand, if you know that we are here, that it's a lab, a real life lab that we're running here, yeah, then you should have some flexibility of mind to adjust to that. Now, if we go, as we go forward, we go through this, but it's of course not a one-way thing, it's a layered thing. So for our main processes and tools, we may be in a consolidate or in a govern state, while for some new experiment like liquid democracy, at some point, we might enter then first the experiment state. But it's always important to know for each of these things where we are. So this was the most important slide. Let me see how much time we have left for the next ones. Just
you have about 10 minutes.
Oh!
So without questions, we can have questions.
Not more. I can talk for hours on this. This slide alone, I can talk for 2 hours, because if there's anything I'm proud of, actually, is the amount of experiments that we're doing. We're really active. One person on Telegram said the other day to me, be a professor about this. And I said, no, we're not professors. We're really hands-on. We're trying things out every day. So just going through this list very fast, all the experiments that we did, we had graded for, and I can't go into all of them and explain all of them in depth. I would love to, but we'll have to do that in the next summit, I think. We started with graded voting from 1 to 10 instead of yes, no. We have milestone-based disbursements, which makes all our lives at Deep Funding a lot easier, at least, and also makes the relationships and the communication a lot easier. So that's probably the best thing I did. We have optional revenue sharing models where teams can define if there will be some feedback if a project is very successful to the treasury. We have tried different pool mechanics from round 1 to round 2. We started with the governance rounds. That's not something we designed from the start, but something we found out after round 1. There was room for that and it would make sense, and it was successful. We have reputation ratings and voting weights, which I just talked about with Anton. And based on our reputation, we have started also creating reputation and voting rewards to incentivize the community to become active. We actually implemented quadratic voting already. I know a lot of things can go wrong here, but we just did it and went for it. We have peer reviews by the awarded teams where teams and people that already were awarded are now advising the community on which projects in the next round they think are most valuable for the platform. We have community support on formal eligibility reviews, and all these things we aim to expand, and I think all of these things are promising. Actually, there's not one thing that I think we should stop with it, but all of these things are in the very early stage, and they need maturity. So we need to go from the experimental state to the consolidation state, and that will take time, that will take tooling, and that will take development. Oh. So on the tooling part, what we would need here, we would need a proper reputation, or as we will be calling it, contribution calculation and reputation tool. That's very important, and I'm very glad that a team that I also was involved in as an advisor has now been awarded to make that tool by Deep Funding itself. So that's also a great thing. I would love to have some kind of wallet reputation tool as a further strengthening of the reputation system. There are a lot of things on our website that are already improved, but we should keep improving. Maybe in the future we'll have some kind of marketplace for tasks and jobs and people that would like to offer them and work on them. And maybe we'll have a knowledge sharing environment, because if we have all of this, then Deep Funding is not just a grant program anymore, then it is a community of collaborators. And that is the bigger vision here. That is something that we are aiming for. But of course, this is not done in a month. This is also not done in a year. I'll be looking forward to see where we are in 3 years from now. If I have to stop, you have to stop me, Raphael. Otherwise, I'll just continue.
Keep going, keep going. We are good.
All right, so let's have a little look at the reputation contribution system conceptually. So what we would like to do there, which I think will be a key instrument for Deep Funding, but also for SingComDAO and maybe for other entities out there as well. So in the middle, you see a calculation engine. And at the bottom, you see sources that go into it. So the contributions on the portal, which we are already measuring right now. The wallet reputation system could also go in there. Voting behavior of people could go in there. We could find some kind of algorithm based on what kind of voting behavior we think is desirable. So to give you an example, what usually is less desirable would be somebody giving 50 once to all projects and then one project a 10. That would be quite unrealistic, but it would be very strategic for that one project. But that's not something we would like to see. So if somebody has consistently has that behavior, then we would reduce their voting weight based on their voting, their wallet behavior. We could also at some point start giving rates for governance activity, for being in meetings and being constructive there. That might also be an attribute. And based on all that data, we can put that in the middle and then calculate what was your contribution in the last round. And based on that, we can give you a reward as an incentive for being so active, and actually a reward for being so active and constructive. And we can look at your all-time rating to say, well, if you vote, you have been so constructive for so long and showed such good behavior, your vote should maybe weigh a little bit higher or a lot higher than somebody else's vote. And related to this, if we go one step further, well, this all-time rating, we can have a gradual degradation there so that the things that you did 3 years ago count less than the things you did last month, so that the system will, that's one way to make the system renewing. And my dream here for this toolset is that we can also have third-party ratings. So other people, other systems like Cardano Catalyst or Singularity DAO or Mindplex or whatever might be using the same toolset. And if somebody would have a very good rating, contribution rating on Cardano Catalyst, then the first time he would enter in the Deep Funding community, we might already give him some reputation because we have faith in his behavior on another platform. And we could do that with Cardano Catalyst, but we could do that with 10 other platforms as well. And then you get a merged reputation from people or individuals or individuals represented by their wallet that will become liquid in itself over different platforms. So do I still have time, Raphael? You're muted.
Yes, we still have 15 minutes, considering Q&A as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I can relax. Okay, great. So this shows real-time actual data from our last round, round 2, from deep funding. So what we are doing at the end of each deep funding round is creating an in-depth analysis. At least that's what we have done for the last 3 rounds, including the governance round. Because we want to learn from what is happening. We are experimenting so much that we also have to analyze what happened so that we can see how we should change things in the next round. So what you see here is the effect of quadratic voting power at the left. So at the top image, you see without quadratic voting. So quadratic voting means that instead of 1 token, 1 voice, you say we'll take the square root of your token balance, and that will be the amount of votes that you will get, which means that the whole thing is equalized. So there's now less of a difference between a voter here and a voter here than in this image. So that's the one thing. And the other thing we did is use contribution ratings or reputation ratings, that's the same thing, as an extra weight on for votes. So that means, and one of the reasons is that we want to mitigate the risk of people splitting their wallets. So if you only do quadratic wallets voting, and you have a wallet with 1 million AGIX, and you split it into 100 wallets with 10,000 AGIX, your voting power would increase. Of course, you would need to have to go through 100 voting events, which is quite a lot of work. But if you want to create a reputation for 100 wallets, that would be really hard, because for each of these wallets, you would need to be active on the portal, and other people would need to recognize that activity. So maybe it can be gamed, everything can be gamed, but it will be increasingly hard. And what you see here is that we gave a weight factor. So we put, based on your contribution rating, we put everybody in a tier. So the lower tiers, G and F, got no extra weight, because you had to go above a certain threshold and do more than just 2 comments, 4 or whatever, to get a score at all, a positive score. But if you are at the top percentile, you would get a weight factor of 5, which is a lot. But then on the other hand, these are the people that pushed hundreds of valuable comments in the portal. Now, I can imagine over time, if more people get active on the portal, and these people will also be better integrated with the voting portal and better recognized, that this weight factor will come down, that it doesn't have to be this extreme anymore. But that's one of the things we have to learn and will come apparent in the consolidation phase. And then, of course, so there's already a lot to do here. There's already a lot mature. We need to mature. We need to have proper tooling, etc., to make this better. Even making reputational contribution scores liquid. Yeah, you have to have tools. You can't do that in a spreadsheet anymore. So yeah, a next addition to this could also be liquid democracy. So voting, giving somebody else the opportunity to vote for you, or to vote on a certain pool or a certain type of projects for you. But maybe we should have also community panels where people get informed about certain specifics, and then based on that we'll make a decision. Or maybe we would have theme guilds, or maybe there will be other processes or tools or instruments later on that we can apply. And at some point, we will be consolidated in quadratic voting and contribution ratings, and then we can start experimenting with new things and be wild about that while the basis is already consolidated. And then this is actually my last slide. So coming back to this, as the main message of my presentation. We have to go through these phases. And I am very happy with the phase that we are. I love to experiment. It can't be too much for me. Sometimes I'm going a little bit too fast and I have to take a step back because the community is not quite ready for that. But that's something that we have to continue to work out together and continue to talk and continue to explore to see what is necessary to make deep funding the greatest grant program out there and the greatest community of creators and collaborators.
That's the true goal, right? To have as much as interested contributors into this community, actively contributing with potential positive feedbacks, also making points where we can improve. And something that caught my attention, Jan, it's about normally communities are built in silos. And what we are envisioning, it's exactly this, trying to break some silos in order to having, for instance, a reputation from prior communities that you can use in ours, and perhaps create this network where we can share experiences in order to have background from different communities operating also and bringing different experiences and backgrounds into what we believe it's going to be the best for that goal. Each community has their own goal, of course, one with AI, the other with IoT perhaps, and so on. But having these silos break are wonderful. I have 2 points here. One is, I didn't get, even though we have people watching on YouTube live, we didn't have questions. But that actually, I was thinking, it's probably a point where we are so open and we are so in constant contact with community that they already know much of a lot of what we are doing, right? And that's also a good thing to have. The other point is from your presentation, and I would love to ask you, from all that list that you have of features that were implemented by you and along with the community, which one? Yeah, here, yes. Which one you are more proud of because you felt that it brought a lot of value to the program itself?
Yeah. Well, Raphael, as partner in crime these days and big supporter of me in deep funding, I think what made our lives a lot easier is point 2, milestone-based disbursements. There was not an immediate obvious choice. We could also have done it time-based, for instance, but the benefit of doing it milestone-based is that we have a different relationship with teams, because every team operates in their own speed, and people have other things in their life as well. So sometimes they can go really fast, and other times they have to slow down or they have to take a break or whatever. And my job would be hell, I think, if every month or so, or every week or every month or whatever, I would have to chase these teams and say, you promised that you would have this milestone, where is it? And then they would have to explain to me, and then I have to get mad, and that would really be very awkward and not very constructive either. So what we are doing instead, we're saying, give us your milestone, show what your plans are, and every time you deliver a milestone, we give you the amount. And in the first round, it was for the actual milestone. Afterwards, in the next round, we'll in the second round, we did it. We give you the amount for the second milestone, the next milestone. I'm not sure how we will do that in the next deep funding round, but it's not only, it makes my life easier, which is not important, but that also means that we don't need to have a lot of overhead with 10 people chasing things and keeping track of stuff, which is better for deep funding and for the treasury of deep funding. But I think the most important thing is that this way we keep the communication with the teams open and constructive. So if a team member, and there are some team members that are struggling for very diverse reasons to deliver something. So if it will take a while, yeah, we will ask, and we will send reports, etc., and we'll try to help them and to support them, but we don't need to get angry about it. We can be very constructive about it, and we can say, well, listen, if for some reason it doesn't work now for the next 2 months, then make sure, do what you have to do and come back in 2 months, and then we'll pay you for your milestone. So I think that is a very healthy way of doing things. And so looking back, I think historically that might have been our best decision so far. Going forward, I really hope that we'll see the reputation system mature and shine and fly.
Amazing, amazing. Indeed, the milestone brought some sort of proactiveness for the teams in order for them to support us as well. It's a two-way street here, right? So it's important having this as well from the perspective of the program.
Yeah, I think
we have.
If I may, I think it's important to mention that we try to have a very constructive mindset in deep funding. We don't want to give out grants and then constantly be policing and only looking at the formal part. So we see ourselves as part of the team, and we want the teams to become successful in order to make our platform successful. So that is our goal. And together we need to find a way to achieve that goal. And that's much more important than looking at rule A, B, or C or whatever. Of course, the promises made to the community are promises made, and that's based on those they have been rewarded. So they have to adhere to that, but in a friendly and constructive way.
Okay, sounds makes sense. Okay. Very quickly, if we can, because we only have about 1 or 2 minutes, will you be able to point 3 great challenges that this program has from now on?
Yes, let me think. I would say, yeah, I think there is also a slide touching on that. So 2 things are obvious, right? So it's making sure that there are always enough proposals coming in. A lot of proposals, and more is generally better. Another thing, which is very important, is to have enough community members feeling engaged and interacting, etc. But with those 2 things, we are not there yet. So the third ingredient would be the magic ingredient, and that's something I'm searching for, and I think we will be continuing to search for, which is the ingredient that ensures that the highest quality projects are surfacing and are being selected eventually. And I think all other things that we are doing, whether it's reputation or whether it's quadratic voting or peer reviews or whatever, and other things that we will do in the future, all these things have the goal of ensuring that, well, the system is not gamed, but that in itself is also a way of ensuring that the highest, most value-adding projects will surface and will find their way to the platform. So that's an ongoing game, and I see it a little bit as a game to find a new measure and maybe take out something that doesn't work, and yeah, continuously keep evolving the system until we get a kind of machinery that really works and gives us the best outcomes.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Jan, thank you very much for your talk. We are going now for a break, our first break of the day. It's about 30 minutes, and I hope to see you guys back in the next session. Okay, thank you very much for you all.
Thanks, Raphael. Always love talking about deep funding.
Absolutely, I love as well.
Hello, everybody. So, to all you watching this live, while Ben and Charles are talking still, I am very honored with your presence here, with these two giants on a parallel stream. For all others that are watching this afterwards, welcome. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you here today in this talk. Let me wait a minute. Sorry. I thought I wasn't sure which screen I was sharing still, but I think that is okay. Yeah. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you today my peer, my collaborator, my friend, I would say, Kriss Baird from Catalyst. So Kriss, we've been in a number of talks already regularly, so it's a pleasure to have you here and to let others also enjoy the conversations that we more often have. But first, let me introduce you properly. So Kriss has a huge background, so we had to take some care to make it easily readable. And if you read through the background of Kriss, it's immediately clear while he's now on the leading team of Catalyst. Kriss has worked on and been immersed in innovation and entrepreneurship during all of his impressive career. First as lead technologist and senior program lead at Innovate UK, where he delivered 25 digital economy innovation funds for the IC Tomorrow program in partnership with the likes of, here it comes, IBM Watson, Google, Mozilla, Sony PlayStation, and Intel, among many others, and funding more than 130 innovative businesses to develop and pilot digital prototypes with blue chip industry leaders. In his following role at University College London's Educate Accelerator, he led program design and delivery for industry-specific venture building, mentoring, and entrepreneurship training for 250 edtech ventures, helping founders to better qualify their market potential and secure finance for growth, funding, and R&D. Over the last 2 years, he has been among those at the steering wheel of Cardano's Catalyst program, leading it from a small-scale grant program to one of the world's largest decentralized innovation funds, with an ever-increasing number of projects and grants being awarded. Wow! Kriss, I'll stop sharing here. Welcome. How are you?
Very good. Yeah. Thank you for such a warm and generous introduction. As I sort of said to you offline, like the imposter syndrome is real when you put it all like that, and it's yeah. I certainly feel like I'm in the right place with the right group of people and the right space to be creative these days, for sure.
I think with all that experience below your belt and all the things that we didn't put on there, you must be around 80 years old or something.
Well, I guess in crypto years, it probably feels like that. But yeah, half that, thankfully. And yeah, I mean, you know, there's a big wide world out there to try and tackle, right? I'm certainly don't have the experience or background as our illuminous leaders within Charles and Ben, for sure. But you know, I do feel like yeah, I've seen quite a fair bit around the digital economy and innovation and digital transformation of industries over the past 10 to 15 years, for sure.
Yes, and I also always appreciate our talks and being able to share your experience and wisdom and all the learnings from Catalyst with me, so that we can benefit from that in our deep funding program, and I'm very grateful for that. So while Ben and Charles have their own fireside chat, I suppose we'll have our own smaller version on that, but then focus more on Cardano Catalyst and maybe mirroring it a little bit now and then against this small scale initiative called deep funding. So what I would be interested in when I read your bio, Kriss, and we should maybe go deeper into that a little bit later, is how you experience the difference in being in a traditional accelerator versus a blockchain decentralized accelerator. I think that would be very interesting to have a view on that. But before we do that, I would like to take one step back and ask you, well, first of all, let's start with the moment that you onboarded Catalyst. How was Catalyst when you started here? Because I think it was already started when you onboarded, right?
Yeah, that's right. So the quick whistle stop tour of that was, I've been quite honestly a Cardano fan from quite literally day one. You can't even find the YouTube videos that I'd first seen around Agalos and his research team looking at random number generators and the potential for blockchain technology to improve online gaming systems like gambling and casinos and whatnot. This is, as I said before, the IOHK YouTube channel. So I was plugged in very, very early and sort of saw the potential for this protocol and this team and, everything that's kind of come since. And so when Dor, who was speaking earlier, my illustrious colleague or former co-worker and peer and friend, when he launched and announced and launched Catalyst at Summit 2020, Cardano Summit 2020, it immediately piqued my interest because, I would say that, for the previous 2 or 3 years following leaving Innovate UK, I'd gone on to set up and work closely with another big grants agency organization called UFI, VocTech Trust, that was providing grants for tech for good. And then after that, establishing UCL's EdTech Accelerator, Educate. You could just sort of see some of the challenges that early stage R&D and innovators were having. And, amid the backdrop of what was then a boom and a bust of the crypto market to some extent, there was a drying up of resources and availability of opportunities for early stage innovators and creators to kind of get started. And as I said, I'd kind of been coming at this from a position of understanding the blockchain space really well, as far as I believe anyway, for the past few years, seeing that there was these opportunities to kind of growth hack legacy systems and take disruptive approaches to this. And I certainly believe that there's a real value in the power of the crowd, and then being able to kind of come to these sort of collective understandings and sort of shared states of wisdom to make better decisions. And I think arguably the majority of people that come to crypto will certainly, dive right in and don't just look at it as an investment vehicle or a savings plan, are there because they want to see change to legacy traditional systems. And I guess, my background and experience was no different. I mean, to sort of draw some parallels or comparisons to the traditional world. I mean, what we see within startup financing just generally is that, it's startup funding is really unevenly distributed, and it's often locked behind really high or impenetrable walls. And whether it's grant funding, you need to have a PhD or a patent or something else, or come from a university background to really motivate the really small number of people making those decisions. Quite literally, sometimes 3 to 5 professional experts, assessors, who often like to play God and don't see the merits in
Were
creating.
you one of those gods in those organizations?
I mean, I've had the fortitude of being sitting with sort of God admin system status, right? But not being one of those assessors for Innovate UK. Like I was running programs for them and designing that, and then training assessors and all this stuff. And then, yeah, for other grant agencies and organizations, I have done assessments, but I kind of take a very empathetic approach, because I really know what it's like at the spiky end of innovation. And startup life is really tough, and you really need to get people to believe. You need chances and opportunities. So, with that in mind, when you look at, say, how its decisions are made in traditional grant organizations or public funding organizations, it's really limited to just a handful of people, and they have the casting vote on whether a project lives or dies. And then when you look at accelerators and seed funding and venture capital, well, all of those guys and girls want traction. They want to see product market fit. They want to see revenues and returns and really clear trajectories of growth. And again, in such a nascent space, or dare I say, an immature industry, particularly when people are trying to still figure out what the business models are for the industry, let alone the businesses that are building on top of it, then it's been difficult. And obviously, we saw with the ICO phase and Mania, there's some challenges there. And maybe that's not the right model to accelerate and incubate good ideas and early stage businesses. And so, as I said, bringing this right round to then Summit 2020, when Dor and Charles essentially launched Project Catalyst, it just seemed serendipitous to my ambitions and ideas around where we could be going over the next sort of 5 to 10 years. And so then, to come bring it around to your question around, how was Catalyst then? What was it like when we first started? And, how can I sort of see it now? I mean, really, I think from day one, what was always really impressive was just that desire and that rapid growth development of the knowledge capital that sits within the community. Like, everybody was so hungry to learn on how to participate, what this idea of decentralized governance and centralized decision making means for innovation funding, what constitutes as a good idea and a good proposal. All of these things started coming to the fold really, really quickly. And then what's really, really impressed me is the number of projects that have really delivered on their promises, and the diversity ideas, the regionality, and ultimately the conviction of the community of a broadly large group of strangers coming together to sort of share ideas in a fairly safe space, with an ambition to solve real world problems. All of that blows my mind.
I was muted. I think the core question behind this in the end is, do a large group of people that don't know each other and start to collaborate with each other, in the end, do you think they make better decisions than the 4 or 5 gods do in the older situation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really great question. And I think the safest way to answer that is no one knows yet. Don't have enough data to be able to say whether or not it produces better outcomes. What I will say is that you can certainly put in structures and processes and approaches that give enough freedom for people to experiment without sort of fear of retribution, I believe. And as Dor was saying in his talk, there's a lot of pragmatic reality with a lot of this stuff, that sure, there's going to be, in these early stage startup arenas, many ideas that don't become unicorns or $1 billion ideas or go on to have longevity and develop traction, and that's okay, right? Because there is always learning to be done, whether or not a project is deemed, subjectively successful or not, right? By whatever subjective success metrics you want to place on the project. And a proposal that gets voted on maybe 3 to 6 months before the project's even initiated, and maybe 12 or 18 or 24 months before it completes, right? What can you know as a voter or as a reviewer of those proposals, an evaluator? What can you really feasibly, and even as a proposer, what can you, be confident of in such an early stage space when you don't know the trials and challenges that you're going to face whilst being in the midst of the delivery?
Yeah, I guess it's a journey from multiple angles, right? So it's a journey in the case that these projects have to prove themselves in an evolving ecosystem, being an evolving product. So that's one insecurity. And the other one is that also the processes that we're building for voting and decision making and making the good projects flow to the top also have to mature. So I agree with you also that it would be a little bit lame to say, well, there haven't been 10 unicorns yet, so it sucks. Because we're at the first step yet, and we have to see and we have to improve. It's like people saying, well, Bitcoin doesn't work because it's too volatile or because it's not fast enough. Yes, people, we're early stages here. And it's very interesting that some people always judge a new innovation based on what it does now in their current old situation, and that other people judge new technology based on what it could be and what it could become. And
I love the analogy. I love the analogy that an overnight success was 10 years in the making, right? And I think it's important to recognize and acknowledge in the crypto space, too many of us are focused on the short-term timeframes, the 5-minute chart or the 15-minute chart, right? But, genuine innovation really does take, it's not even days and weeks and months, it's months and years, sometimes decades. If we apply that to the context of AI or even AGI, right? How long has Ben been doing what he's been doing? How long has how long has this idea of the singularity been around? Well, it's been around for a long, long time, and we're not there yet. So, why should we expect products to have maturity in such short timeframes? And we can apply that to Catalyst and deep funding and ZK Ignite, which Door's involved with today. Like, why should we expect these to be fully mature, fully iterated, validated, proven models and modes and products and systems when there's so much added complexity to it? I often used to say it takes a couple of years for these sorts of programs to run like a well-oiled machine. And that was when there was just the program team and there was just the startups. When you add into the complexity of thousands or tens of thousands of people collaborating all around the world to make decisions and producing the amount of proposals and ultimately projects, and then those that are participating in Catalyst that are wanting to contribute to the evolution and iteration of the processes and the governance and structures that sort of underpin Catalyst. I would argue that it's going to take longer than 2 years for that to get ironed out, just to take the training wheels off, let alone for it to be a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, well, that sets some expectations. At least, I'm very happy to be in the part of the people that believe in progress and see the opportunity, and not see only the problems that we have today, but see the opportunity that it will have for tomorrow. And in that sense, our communities are completely the same. But going back from that layer of abstraction a little bit more into the nitty-gritty, everyday work. Can Can you describe what happened when you came from a more incubator, entrepreneurial, educational background into Catalyst? What did you expect before your first working day, and what did you encounter?
Yeah, well, it was interesting. I was very aware of the Treasury Systems paper by Bingsheng Zhang and Roman Olinikov, who are part of our research team at IO. And so it was interesting. I remember one of the first conversations that Dora and I had as co-workers, and I was like, oh, so how different is the research paper to the implementation? And he chuckled. And he was like, yeah, it's quite wildly different. I mean, most of the primitives are still the same. Like we have the side chain, Jormungandr, which is a hybrid of Ouroboros and the account state model. But ultimately it is the Ouroboros protocol or consensus mechanism. And then we had this, within the Treasury paper, this idea of delegate representatives, and liquid democracy, and this idea of sort of committee keys that would get circulated after the tallies have concluded. And we don't have those last two components just yet. There's a strong plan and vision and a roadmap in place to address those things and bring about liquid democracy. Obviously, we're seeing that coming about through the age of Voltaire, and I'd like to see that come to Catalyst as well fairly soon. So there was a balance to be made between what I understood of the research and what was able to have been implemented in the time. But then, quite soon on into me joining the team, we deployed essentially privacy preserving votes and voting. So I'm super proud of that. I believe we're one of, if not the first, voting protocol to have privacy preserving qualities, and that persists today. So yeah, that was, I think, my first expectations is just what's been able to be delivered in the time, and what the research paper was aiming to achieve.
But that's a very interesting point that you're just mentioning, privacy preserving votes. I think we will run into similar questions, but then also related to our reputation program. And the question is, do you want to know of people that are active on the portal, what their voting behavior is? Should it be traceable, yes or no? Should you know if somebody makes certain remarks, whether they have, what their token balance is?
Mm-hmm.
Should it matter? Should it be transparent? So it's transparency versus privacy. And I think we will be having some interesting discussions around that. Was that similar at Catalyst?
I mean, I think there was always an ambition to introduce privacy preserving voting because of the.
Can we perhaps on room one switch to the right back screen?
Probably because of the
Perfect.
the ambition and the intention to make quite a large impact in terms of how much funding we would ideally like to distribute through these rounds in a reasonably short amount of time. I mean, to date, in fact, I've got a quick slide. I think it's maybe just worth me throwing up, if that's all right, Jan.
Yeah, sure. You're able to share if you want.
Let me get it going. Can you see that slide?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. So I mean, in the top right corner, $48 million worth of ADA has been awarded so far. It's not been fully distributed. But, in order to kind of get to that number, we've had to go through some breakneck speed in terms of growth and how many projects ended up getting supported. And because of that sum of money that's now been awarded, and the size of project proposals that have begun to emerge over time, I think it's important that people recognize that there's serious resources that are on the table, And, you know, with serious resources comes, you know, a lot of responsibility. And, you know, certainly from the traditional incubator, or certainly traditional grants background that I've had, you wouldn't want people to know if you're the ones that are making the decisions, because you don't want them to send the boys around to coerce you into going one way or another, you know. And I think that's something that's often overlooked. We have an unreal community, a fabulous community. Catalyst is nothing without the community. It's a testament to everybody's you know, creativity and conviction and motivation to make a real difference, that I think Catalyst has been able to achieve what it's been able to achieve in such a short period of time. But had private voting not been a feature, as I said, my worry is, and has always been, that there is some shenanigans that can take place that we would sort of promote undesirable behaviors.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, especially if people would be identifiable personally, right? Then they would become a potential target for people who want their votes or whatever. And that is not what is desired, of course. The way we're trying to treat is that we want to disclose profiles, but we won't do anything like KYC. So people are represented by their wallet or collection of wallets, and they would be able to build a profile around that, but it wouldn't necessarily be their own profile. And they might even have different profiles on different platforms, I suppose. So yeah, their profile would be visible within the constraints of our platform. So yeah, whether that's a risk or not, yeah, maybe if we are sufficiently grown, there will be communication methods to get in touch with people. So yeah, maybe we still would run into the same issue. So that's an interesting insight. So I'll yeah, continue to think about that.
Yeah, I certainly think that, you know, once we have mature primitives like self-sovereign identity, or something that's able to kind of create a separation between the individual and the actions that they're taking that are on chain, that has a lot of benefits. And then, you know, you and I talk at length about this, like you know, once those sorts of capabilities are mature, the implementation of reputation systems and attribution of reputation or contribution, should I say, is probably more pertinent rather than reputation, becomes, I think, a lot easier to manifest and to realize. But yeah, again, until we've got these identifiers that could be portable and sort of interconnected and interoperable between systems or, you know, communities, like a Catalyst did, and contributions could be applicable to your reputational contribution scores in deep funding. Until we've got a really good handle on how those can be implemented, and we've tested it, there's certainly some unknowns. I mean, that's one of the things that I would love to see. You know, if you were to ask me what were we to do if we were to do it all over again, would be to kind of create these sandbox environments. And these test nets, or this capability for people to be able to come and build onto Catalyst, on top of Catalyst, as a sort of sandbox environment, so we can test out these ideas really rapidly and iterate quite quickly, and then work with the community in more of a sort of concerted effort and a far more distributed way of developing out these protocols and systems than we currently do.
Yeah. That's an interesting thought. First, going back to that voting and reputation, my take on this right now is that, yes, it would be good in a portal to know somebody's, well, let's call it contribution score indeed, or rating. But I think the moment that you know that a person with a high contribution rating also is a whale that has a lot of voting power, then you might be running into issues because there will be base for me to connect with that person. So I would be able to say, listen, if you vote for my project, I will give you this or that, or if you don't do it, I will. So that's something, and you don't want to put that temptation on people in the first place. So yeah, that's a valuable insight. Now, related to the sandbox, when I started out with deep funding, I positioned deep funding as the sandbox of Cardano Catalyst. And, you know, when we started thinking about deep funding, the idea was that maybe we would just join Cardano Catalyst and on board on Catalyst. And there were some practical reasons for not doing that related to tokenomics and not being a native token. And so voting would be hard in HIX. But there was also a positive reason. And I figured that if we would have two systems that are separately evolving, and of course, I gratefully and gracefully accept all the learnings that you already have and Catalyst has had over the past years, and being conscious of that. Maybe not always being able to avoid the same issues, but at least being conscious of that. I think there is real value in having multiple systems live next to each other. And I was outlining in a presentation before on deep funding, actually the contribution system that we are aiming to build, which would be liquid in itself, meaning that you could use the contribution score from somebody in Catalyst, for instance. And if that person would be new in deep funding, we could already give him a starting contribution score because we know he's such a valuable man or woman on Cardano Catalyst. So that way, also the contribution score could be liquid across multiple systems and platforms, etc., while every system can still have its own journey of experimentation. And what I like, for instance, is the fact that you are now going to experiment with liquid democracy, while we are experimenting with reputation systems. And I think we both have a long journey to go. I know we have a long journey to go there. But having both things next to each other and then having these talks like we are doing right now and being able to share our experience and to talk about it and learn from that. Yeah, that is a fantastic thing in itself. So yeah, to be honest, for that reason, I'm glad that we didn't just on board on Catalyst. It would have made my life easier, I think. Maybe your life a little bit harder. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, listen, we've been able to take, certainly not I, but the Catalyst program has certainly been able to draw inspiration and lessons from deep funding. Like I think, you know, in one of our early conversations when we were talking about how funds were dispersed and distributed, and you know, we talked about how funded projects just need to submit monthly reports, and so long as they're doing that, then they're receiving their monthly payments. And then, you know, as time's gone on, as the check sizes have got larger, shall we say, it's becoming more and more important for a different type of accountability model to be, you know, underpinning the governance structure and some of the processes within Catalyst. So Catalyst has adopted a milestone-based approach, which has been piloted in Fund 9, and it was piloted with just one of the challenges, the products and integrations challenge. And for any project that was funded across any other challenge for $75,000 worth of ADA or more, they would follow this milestone-based approach. But the uniqueness here, I think, and something that I would love to see grow and develop really organically and you know, this is, I think, also speaking to sort of Door's talking points when he was asked about how do by the swarm, like how does he imagine more controls being handed to the community in these decentralized innovation processes and programs. Well, this milestone-based funding approach requires funded projects to be able to create what we're calling a statement of milestones. And then they're setting out what their milestones are, what the evidence of achievement are, what the outputs are going to be, and a few other things. And then when it comes, and then once they've created that, it's community members that are essentially signing off on that statement of milestones. So you put your proposal in, you go through the voting process, you've been awarded the funding, then you create this statement of milestones that's a bit more true, because what you wrote 3 months ago might have changed somewhat. And then you get started with your project, and then at each point of the milestone process, once you've delivered the milestone, you come back and do a proof of achievement, and then the community again verifies whether the project has done what it said on the tin. And I think this is like a really pivotal point to lean into, that if this is all about helping to develop people's capabilities and their autonomy and their self-governance and self-determined directions around how treasury funds should be spent, just making a vote and then not caring about the outcomes, I would argue is something that's not as healthy as being able to be a proposer or a reviewer or a voter, and then being really cognizant of what's being delivered once the funds are being dispersed. And then, having the conviction to stand up and say, yes, this project's just achieved what they said they were going to achieve, or no, they haven't, and I require further clarifications to be comfortable that it's achieved what it said it would. And yeah, we'll see what the future holds on that. But I'm very confident that there's a great wealth of people and appetite to kind of get involved in this sort of process, particularly if it's rewarded in some way beyond, just the virtue of playing a really vital role.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So here our paths are converging. I was just saying in my previous presentation, I've said it more often, that I think the single best decision that I made when we started with deep funding is to have this milestone-based disbursements. And a part of it, because it makes my life so much easier, because the teams have to come to me and I don't have to continuously chase them. But more importantly, because it keeps the communication clean. Teams can go faster, sometimes can go slower at other times for their own reasons. There can be 100 reasons. It can be technological, it can be their social environment, it can be something different. And now I don't have to worry too much about that. We'll keep track, we'll try to support them. And that's the main thing. It helps nurturing a supportive environment, because you don't have to be the policeman. But you can be the supporter of the teams. And in the end, all we want is these teams to be successful, right? So that they will in turn make Cardano successful and make SingularityNET successful. So yeah, it's interesting to see that we converge there. For me, the next step that we should do in that milestone-based thing, and I'm thinking about that already, but we need to have discussion for the community about that, is having the community also more involved in reviewing and assessing these milestones. So we started out with a small team and doing a lot of things centrally. And the benefit of that is that we can move quickly, make a lot of decisions, make a lot of changes. But over time, and we started that, we need to put more and more of these tasks and more faith and confidence in the community. And that's an interesting process in itself, but I'm sure you know all about that. We only have a couple of minutes left. So there are a lot of questions I can ask about the current or the past, or but you already mentioned what you're proud of. You already mentioned what you would have done different, being the sandbox, having an area where you can make quick changes and see what it amounts to, and then add that to the larger entity. Because in deep funding, we're small, and that's a benefit compared to Catalyst. And because of that smallness, we are also very agile. We can make hundreds of decisions in a week if we want to. But from where you are right now, if you would have a look into the future, so you started 2 years ago, you had ideals, and you were confronted with what was actually going on. Suppose that we would bring you 2 years in the future or 3 years in the future. What do you expect to see, or what do you hope to see?
Yeah, I mean, again, a really, really important question. I think, succinctly, I mean, there's so many things that's on the wish list, but, succinctly, if we were to sort of cast our vision out 2-3 years, we'll be 5 years into Catalyst by that point, give or take. I would expect Catalyst to be open sourced, almost, if not entirely. So that would mean that then the Catalyst protocol, the technology, is being advanced and developed by the community almost entirely. I would love to see this become a multi-asset environment. So, these are deployable technologies, purpose-built, that can be used by multiple ecosystems, concurrently. And importantly, the deployability and auditability of the voting systems that underpin decision making are being run by as many network validators as there are in the ecosystem today. I often sort of say that my vision for decentralized decision making and governance is that in the not too distant future, we'll vote on issues as much as we post photos of our lunch onto Instagram, right? Which isn't every day. You don't do that every day, but you do it fairly frequently. Well, some people do. Some people post images or whatever. They participate in this kind of action regularly because, I think over time, we're becoming more comfortable and competent and aware of the tools that are at our disposal. And we're becoming more used to playing a role in voicing our opinions and having them count towards something. I think for too long, the grassroots voice of the people hasn't really been listened to, or there's difficult to make it actionable. And with things like Catalyst and sort of decentralized innovation programs and deep funding and all of the activism that sort of takes place within our communities, hopefully that creates a ripple effect, and we can sort of see this use case being adopted by non-crypto partners that are able to sort of trailblaze in their own sorts of visions of crowdsourced innovation.
Yeah, that's a great vision. It's all recorded, so we can come back to that in time and see what really happened. Maybe just this, or maybe it will even exceed our expectations. I was seeing this comic the other day, where a parent was asking their child, or what do you want to be? And then the child said, well, I don't know, maybe lawyer or maybe doctor. What? That's so old economy. Why don't you choose a real job like TikToker or prompt engineer? And in that same sense, I can imagine that in a number of years, being active in governance ecosystems like ours will actually be a paying job. Maybe it doesn't feel like a job like we know it, but it could be a way to maintain yourself and to get an income and to feel useful for the community and to feel recognized by the community. So if we build our incentive systems the right way, so that people that have a lot of added value in our community, in the voting, and that also put their valuable time in it, are also rewarded for that. Yeah, maybe our community will look very different. Maybe not in 3 years. Let's give it 5 years. But yeah, maybe at least for some people, it might look very different than it looks today.
Maybe necessarily so as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of positive change that we can use indeed. All right, Kriss, I feel that we've only scratched the surface here. I'm sure of it, actually. But I also wanted to keep it high level and light and have this nice overview. Of course, there's also a lot of room by deep diving in all the nitty-gritty details of governance and of systems and etc. We do that sometimes, but also then usually we don't have enough time to dive really deep into stuff. But yeah, so we are starting this SingCom DAO initiative focused on decentralization. And I hope in that context also we will be having a lot of conversations like this and go in that journey hand in hand from Catalyst and Cardano perspective and SingularityNET perspective. So thank you for being here. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you very much for always being so open and generous in your advice and in sharing your learnings. I deeply appreciate that. And I hope I can return the favors from that.
You certainly do, Jan. And thank you to you guys at SingularityNET for having such a quality event. And also a big shout out to every community member that steps up every single week to get involved in the activities, both formally and informally, on-chain, off-chain. Without you guys, really, as I said, these programs don't amount to much more than some good ideas.
I couldn't have said it better. Thank you. You're welcome to stay around while I introduce our new guests with other interesting topics, which are a little bit related and some familiar faces for you as well, I think. But it's Friday night, so if you want to go out and do other fun things, that's also a great idea. Let me just share.
Here listening in the background. I'll drop off now though, but I will still be here, guys. And thanks very much.
Kriss.
Cheers.
So give me a moment, guys. Switching my screen. Let me see, one more. Just doing some administration here.
By the way, nice shirt, Jan. Suits you really well.
Thank you. I'm learning. All right, all right, all right. So let me see. Hello, humanity. All right. So welcome, everybody. Welcome, Felix and Peter and Tevo. All well familiar faces and friends. So we're in great company of friends today. We are going to hear something now about SingularityNET Ambassador Program. And I think Peter will give a presentation, and then maybe Tevo and Felix will give their perspective on it, and maybe I'll have a few questions, I don't know. But first, guys, let me introduce you properly. So Peter has been SingularityNET community member since the start, and since 2 years working on the marketing team as a community manager. After studying psychology and working as volunteer manager, Web3 Gold. With a focus on community-driven initiatives, founding and facilitating the Ambassador Program was a logical next step. I know, Peter, that your true heart and passion lies in the Ambassador Program. Felix, an ambassador at SingularityNET and Cardano Foundation and co-founder of the Swarm, and generally full-time engaged in building bottom-up and grassroots community infrastructure and governance in DLT ecosystems. And then, of course, Tevo, PM and engineer at Voltaire Swarm as well. I think I might also call you co-founder, if I'm not mistaken, building decentralized open source services, project management tools, and governance services. So that's a wonderful, guys. So we have one person from Ambassador Program and SingularityNet, and we have two people coming from the larger community system between SingularityNet, Cardano, and perhaps even wider. So it's a very interesting mix of perspectives that we are having here today. So, Peter, without further ado, let me give you the stage. One moment. And yeah, looking forward to hear your experience on the Ambassador Program. You know, I can't be in all those meetings all the time. I was there a number of months ago, and I was there this week, and I really noticed that how much it has grown and how much more structured and professional it is. So can you tell us a little bit more about that, how that came about, and what your plans are for the future, and not your plans, but Ambassador community plans, of course.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks a lot for that intro. Yeah, so the SingularityNET Ambassador Program came about a year ago, and it aims to basically to be a way to facilitate community members to contribute to SingularityNET's mission towards beneficial AGI. And well, also I decided to not go for slides, to not have a presentation, but more chatty setting. But yeah, broadly, first would like to talk a little bit about how we even approach the whole Ambassador Program. And after that, talk a little bit about the past, the present, and the future. So yeah, that will be the broad outline. And we'll also bounce a little bit back and forth between also Tevo and Felix. So starting out on the approach we're taking, we're constantly figuring out kind of a balance between providing structure and freedom to community members who want to participate into the program. We've got quite a nice group, and that's grown quite a bit. And we started out with a lot of freedom, like pretty much, we were kind of very open to suggestions. People could suggest what they wanted to work on and then work on it. And yeah, we basically wanted to let everything emerge. The only thing we did push like top down as a type of task that people could help out with. There was blog post translations. It kind of felt like a low-hanging fruit in a way, a simple task with high potential impact. And outside of that, quite some cool initiatives emerged besides the translations. My personal favorite would be the podcast series done by Julian we had going for a while. And also there he had complete like full creative freedom on content and branding and promotion, etc. That initiative unfortunately didn't quite work out for long term for him personally, but he did lay some very nice foundations, and I thought it was a really cool way of seeing somebody step up, take initiative, and run with it. And yeah, that was for me really cool example of the freedom there is. At the same time, this balance between freedom and structure. At some point, we walked into a lack of structure. So there's all kind of topics like quality assurance, just a lack of direction. These kind of things emerged, and that kind of resulted for the past 2 months, I would say. We've made great strides there on improving there, creating structure based on demand, let's say. So not forcing it, but seeing where it's needed and then coming together and then building the structure. Generally speaking, we're quite big on openness and transparency, as you might imagine. That's for me, it's the best to be like. There's no double faces. There's just straightforward. This is it. go with it. Please join or don't if you don't want to. Felix or Tevo, anything from your side on the approach we take?
Inside from the experience, I would definitely say I'm really surprised how SingularityNET Foundation really executes this development of the program, because it never really top down. It's really facilitating much more the emergence of the ambassador program into playing, and especially you, Pete, I think I'm pretty impressed how well you arrived to facilitate this emergence really from bottom up, engaging, empowering community members, not tell them what they should do or shouldn't do, but simply guiding a whole environment where people between themselves are able to identify what do we do, what do we want to do, or what do we don't want to do. I think this plays a really crucial role, because also when looking on Crestwood, I think it was mentioned also in other discussions before, also discussions by the way, culture, right? That we have really this emergent culture, which provides a whole environment where we really see people tapping into really high motivations, engagements, and commitment, and building much more than actually just a program, I would say. And individually, from my own perspective, I would say this just has been so far an amazing experience, and really glad that we are able to add our humble sense for building and developing it further.
Yeah, I like the fact that what you mentioned, like the off-the-cuff like freedom and what you think is the next viable step, and the people who joined and the opportunity for experimentations. And I think it was a good timing where I was also looking, okay, we had experience in Catalyst and in Swarm, and where could we leverage these learnings of how to incubate these new opportunities, and your space like perfectly fit to test out and new iterations of how could we start collaborating in higher scale and build structure based on the people who join and how they want to do it.
Yeah, for me that was super nice to experience at the very early stages of the program, to have both of you coming from Catalyst Swarm side. Proper experienced and full of ideas and things to experiment with. Like from my point of view, that was like, okay, we can do it. Sure, yeah, let's go. That was just, yeah, it's amazing. Jan?
Yeah, I'm not sure if is it okay if I ask a question now and then?
Of course.
So what I'm really curious about is the perspective from Tevo and Felix, because you see more than we see. You see from a certain perspective what is happening in Cardano Catalyst, you see what is happening in Deep Funding, and you see what is happening in Ambassador. So I have two questions actually, but the first question is, I know already that the characteristic of how Peter does things and how I do things is a little bit different. I'm not sure if it's just personal character or if it's also differences in the program, probably both. But I'm really curious about your perspective on that. What are the differences, and what are the positive things that you see in Ambassador, or what are things that can be improved in other programs like Deep Funding?
First thing I will say is that there was a concept like rapid funding mechanism started also in Catalyst, one experiment, and I think Ambassador program kind of visualized more that streamline of potential to put that incentive right at the start, at the play, where in Deep Funding it's more at the time, more planning, more structuring, more like understanding the guardrails, and then packaging that as a iteration, or let's play this game, where in Ambassador it's more like simulation happening at the same time. Like it's a bit more, every week changes, every day changes, every meeting changes things.
And what's your perspective on that, Felix?
Pretty much second what you said already. Well, not sure what actually to add to this, because yeah,
Then
I would literally say the same, just in other sentences maybe, or other words.
My other question would be, what is the secret? You mentioned, Peter, that you started out being very open, and then you saw that things were not quite structured, and in the last 2 months, there is structure appearing. I think that is a great thing if you can let things grow and then let structure emerge instead of just putting it on top. So I would like to know, what is your secret there? How do you do that?
Well, the secret to letting things emerge is to not do too much. First of all, like things emerge. So yeah, that's just. I mean, not just doing nothing, of course. There's I think it's small nudges here and there, like putting the right person with another person, putting them into contact, that can create magic in itself. And if that happens at the right time, or yeah, it's small things like that, I think, which can have super big outcomes if the interaction has this kind of magic.
And what made that pivot then? That first there was unstructure, and then a structure suddenly appeared. Was that just the natural way that things go if you just let go, or did you do specific things, or did the community do specific things to
yeah, exactly. Yeah, the latter. For example, at some point, Cardano and Fly stepped up, saying like, "Well, we've got some, well, not problems or issues, but like, if we keep going like this, that's not really gonna go the right way. So we need, I think that was related to quality control, just to maintain a specific, like a certain level of quality on output for, I believe that, yeah, it was marketing guild related. Because in a way, if you tell people like, well, we need an infographic, and that's it, like there's no strategy behind it, but just like, well, go make some nice images which have something to do with SingularityNET. Like that's way too vague, and that doesn't get you anywhere. And then yeah, basically, I'm not sure exactly how it's. Yeah, they made that pretty clear, and it might have been magic, actually. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I think it is your magic, your Zen master magic, being able to resist to do. In Zen, not doing is the biggest thing to reach. And there I can really learn from you. Sometimes you have to let things emerge and let things go, and then to see and to give it the opportunity to grow by itself. And I can totally imagine that then you have to go through a phase where maybe it looks like chaos, but it's a necessary phase to let these structures and these people also that do these things emerge from that. So yeah, thank you for that answer, and I'll keep learning from you.
Well, that worked. Sorry, Felix.
The thing I would like to add is actually, from my perspective, is really start with simple tasks, with real simple things, like in a chess game. You should definitely have a strategy and a longer term goal somehow. The best thing you can do is the next move, and only one move, and you repeat this. This is nothing else what you do in chat. You repeat moves, right? And I think especially for ecosystems like this, where you definitely want to have strong contributors, you can't expect from them what you expect from yourself. And you should not even aim to get them as fast as possible to this point where you may be able to expect from others what you expect from yourself, but more, how is the process? How can the people educate, onboard, introduce themselves to the ecosystem? And how can we make sure that the value which is built through really simple repeating tasks does not end up into chaos? Then let's say, for example, because this would be, let's say, the danger of it, right? On one side, providing the comfortability and the trust to people that, hey, here is a space you can engage. We want you to engage. We look on you, we help you, we facilitate and we guide. Though on the certain side, you also have to provide certain, let's say, security and responsibility to the people, right? Because this is something that needs a lot of time for being built, actually. And then you have the whole thing with tools. All the tools we need don't fucking exist yet. That's mostly a challenge. And people understand this quite quickly. And then we have problems like, oh, okay, we have people from all over the world, from different cultures, different nations, speaking different languages, trying to come together in this whole thing. And then once again, really shepherding, not being project manager, a CEO or whatnot is, let's say, vertical hierarchy, but much more like guides and shepherds, right? I think if people understand this, they have a much higher motivation to engage and to participate and to sign commitments and responsibilities over a long time.
That's why I actually like this space where you have like, oh, tools don't work, what work? Humans just do operations. They, okay, I manually do this, I combine this, I share this, I create this, and then it becomes a coordination of people being present, and instead of tools, you have builds, workshops, and like these kinds of entities of vision that what is the expected outcome from that. And yeah, that's cool. And then comes governance, which we are still trying to figure out, but I think it's gonna be amazing.
Wow, that's so cool, because you also give people the option to interact with each other and to become a community, etc. And I think it's also related to expectations, right? If I expect to come in a situation where everything is perfectly aligned and all the tools are there and it's streamlined, and one little thing doesn't work, then yeah, I might get angry or frustrated or whatever. But if you come with a mindset like, we have to do this together. The tools are not perfect, people, not yet, maybe in a couple of years, but let's find a way to collaborate together. I think that expectation management, if you set that, then you have won already half of the game.
Yeah, it's true. At the same time, this makes me think about D-Work, which was a tool introduced to me by Swarm. And at first I thought it was amazing, was all you need. It's like, well, you can log in with your Discord account and then automatically everything just works, and it's like a Trello board. So it's for task management, and it is super nice and it works for a lot of things. But we're now bumping into the fact that we're kind of trying to use it for too many things almost. For example, time tracking on a project basis for a week time schedule. That's not really working out in D-Work. There's all kind of practicalities you bump into, and other. For example, in the video work group, people are using it for collecting portfolios. That's not what you do on a Trello board. But in a way, it became such a central tool that, yeah, we almost, it feels to me at least, we almost kind of went all in there. And then at some point you get pulled back by reality. And it's just like, okay, we need to look around and see what other tools there are and what else we can use.
Also, because Peter mentioned guilds and work groups, maybe nice to give a short overview. We got from a very simple first thread where we had just how many have been there in the beginning, Tevo 10-ish peoples. As a loose group, starts figuring out, what should Ambassador program be about? After 1 year now, because we just had the anniversary of the SingularityNET Ambassadors program actually this month. And it evolved into really self-emerging holocratic system where we have multiple fully independent and self-sovereign working groups and guilds, which organize themselves pretty much on the activities, on the page, on the scope. And from there then we see, cool, and now we're moving a little bit into the next step. So first people coming together in loose group, then splitting off, saying, cool, I'm really good in this, I'm really good in that. So they discover a little bit their own focus areas and topics, then formalizing groups around this. So called them work groups or guilds in this regard, a holocratic model where we wanted to make sure it's not one single entity who has control over all of them. So we went a little bit in this direction of a cellular-based model, where each of these groups is fully accountable and responsible to the fucking self. And then all of the structure, now we see a emerging governance framework, step by step evolving, which really ties nicely together with this income DAO paper as well, as it includes Ambassador's program there. And I think really beautiful approach here is when looking back on this is nothing of this was planned. Having some ideas, some visions from everybody, but the whole thing emerged by itself and has a really massive fit to the individuals. Because when you look on the space, we shouldn't even speak about community because we handle governance and we have our own economics and DLP and all this stuff, right? So I like to see it much more as a society. And the society only works if you have a culture. And when you analyze culture, then what's culture actually? Culture is nothing else than exactly what happens here right now, right? Peer-to-peer interactions. And if we have a system which does not emerge by this peer-to-peer interactions, where individuals actually are able to identify themselves with the governance system they live with, then, yeah, I think on a long term, lots of shit would simply break apart. So in this experiment, I'm really curious to see how this will play out, because it's really designed step by step, a little bit like the Gothic cathedrals. There haven't been a master plan to build them up. They've been over generations, step by step. And look what you got out of it. Fucking beautiful stuff at the end. So a little bit the same approach, actually. Which is quite interesting to observe and be a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's like you say, it wasn't really planned to coincide with the SingularityNET initiation document. But the governance framework we're making for the ambassador program, I'm 100% convinced that, yeah, that will be very practical, and like we can learn a lot and exchange experiences there. I wonder, should we move to that? A bit more on the governance framework?
What do you think, Tevo? Good way?
All right, let's talk governance.
I think, Felix, in my mind, although it's a really a community effort, and the comments on the current version of the document are almost, well, I think they're bigger actually than the actual content. So it's really a crowdsourced document. But you did instigate that, so maybe you could give a little bit of an overview.
Okay. That's just to say, okay, when we speak of this document, maybe we should not speak of, or maybe we should not take the perspective looking on this document as that actually a document. It's really much more meant to be a process. And to start, really a process in which the current ambassadors already and the wider community collaborates on step-by-step defining, setting up a first draft of a governance framework, which they see fit the best to them. So I started this draft, but actually I would be really happy if 90% of the whole document gets thrown away, but the process is being so incredible. You can say, fuck, this makes a lot of sense, it doesn't fit. But on the current stage, it outlines a little bit nothing else than the next state of what happened the last year already, and just formalize it a little bit. So a structure of a holocratic, I like to call it cellular-based governance framework, which, yeah, like mentioned before, which just gives full, let's say, independence and self-sovereignty to each of the working groups in a model where we don't have one single entity controlling everything, but rather a collaboration of bodies working together on maybe a common vision, a common mission in the best case. And a lot of technicalities for sure in the document. The whole thing actually, well, fucking no idea how I should describe that because it's such a.
I have a perspective on that. when I read these documents, because I've been with Felix now a while, and I see a bit of him in that document where I see happened in the proposals. At some point, he just started seeing what people are doing and then writing down what they have done in a story way. Then in the document itself, he has this like transition point of like what's now actually principles, what are the some of the like boundaries or current steps, and then spins off to the future and puts down a future. Although on this governance framework we're drafting right now, I'm a bit of skeptical about the second part of that, but as a Felix joins in, he's like, I know this is not going to perfect, but he has this capability to give a good start where community can start pick and choose and modularizing. And where I'm actually like driving off is because it's called governance framework, and I'm a bit biased on the IoT research on Atala-based framework with their governance and identities. And there is that this framework is more on meta level where Felix goes into, oh, this is a solution, this is a great idea. And he puts all of these seeds in there, which I think should be a bit more meta level, and seeds should be like a secondary appending, so like a more dived through. But who knows what will come out? I'm not governance expert myself, and so how do we get it started and tracked and followed and visioned and narrated through the future of people who join in, and so they can have the say and change it so that it fits to more and more people.
And also, like once we find this process, I think the biggest value what this, let's say, document and the process is able to achieve is building capacity for the community to address properly governance questions. Because when it comes to governance, very often we have to keep in mind that none of us is educated. None of us has any fucking idea what this decentralization actually means, on which layer and on which level. And I think it's much more important to define a process in which the ecosystem is able to build community capacity over a long term, where it's sure we don't know the answers yet, but we train ourselves already to ask the right questions and making sure that people are able to participate in the process. And most of the governance that we have in our real world, the problem is people can't participate, they can't really engage, and they are not able to identify themselves with the systems which actually govern them. So governance for me is mostly really all about education. Which gives nothing to set up the full document and to impose it on people and say, yeah, this is governance now, and this is the rules by which we go. And yeah, so if they wouldn't have any active and efficient way to engage and contribute, then we would just, yeah, copy, paste the same shit we know from much of our systems, which have been proven to not work really well in many regards, and would replace them on really cool and promising new tools and technologies that have been developed the past years. So yeah, education and culture, for me, I think this is the main part, and no document is able to really capture this, and will never be. And therefore really making sure the process is in place and people are in place.
Yeah, definitely. That makes me think, actually the most interesting parts is where stuff will happen that doesn't fit the governance framework. So that it clashes, and yeah, then you get confronted with like, okay, maybe it can be a silly thing that's happening, but it can also be showing that there's still work to be done, improvements to be made, lessons to be learned. But I think that's fully in line with the setup of the document to continuously be aware of what's happening and then improve, learn lessons.
Mm-hmm. It's something I really like on the SYNCOM DAO draft as well, right? It emphasizes really strong. It's, hey, we are starting this journey, don't know exactly what happens, but hey, okay, step by step we are moving forward into unknown territory.
Yes, I would say I like the diversity of it. So you're doing something with Ambassador Program. I'm trying to do something with Deep Funding Program. There's Syncom DAO with a different perspective and framework on top of that. And we also learn from our brothers and partners in Cardano and other entities. But you see that a lot of people and a lot of organizations or whatever do it a little bit differently and different way, but somehow we all reach the goal. And yeah, if we can learn from the strengths of each of these programs and weed out maybe a little bit of the limitations and keep that experimenting mindset, but at the same time build and keep what works. Yeah, then using that culture, because I agree that is essential. Yeah, then I'm really looking forward how this will evolve and where we will be in 3 years from now. Or maybe 6 months from now, who knows?
Whoa. 6 months is not for sure. Don't put pressure.
Every step at the right time. And it's more important to have a clear goal and a dot on the horizon where we like that navigate to than have every step exactly right, I would say.
Can I take a few minutes to share that kind of explosion I mentioned? What can happen in 6 months on Miro board, which is a little bit of note-taking and not too much, but it still shows that how time changes interactions and activities. I'm trying to share screen. I'm going to use this method where if nobody says objects, then I'm going to just do it.
Perfectly fine, Tevo. That's it's so amazing to see this this Miro board. It can really take you back all the way like to the very start. And well, I was doing that earlier today, and then you really see like sticky notes saying there like, what do we want to do? So this was like a year ago ish.
Yeah, we have one. What you can see is this is a Singularity and Ambassador Program meeting notes. So just meeting notes, nothing special. And the first session Ambassador Program was happened 2022, and like I don't know what is fifth. You can see quite long time ago. And first time we didn't even know what kind of meeting notes to take. So okay, here is a place, join Discord server, and here to watch. And then first discussion, you can see agenda items like how would you like to contribute? Like the first question and then the second session. Where the meeting should be placed? What is the purpose of the Ambassador Program? And every week meeting, coming together, sharing information from different things what's happening, what people are starting to do. And if you zoom out, you see a little that some other meeting notes where I was present, I was taking like in the same timeline. So we were able to go like the more time you move to the right, you just see things happening, more content being created. And at some point there was a place where we went a bit of like even deep, like Peter at the start mentioned, like the translation process, and like that was the first thing from top down in a sense. But I still thought let's try to automate, let's try to streamline it. And then if I go into this, at first it looks like very scribbly and trying stuff out, but over time, over iterations with community members, creating like a bigger plan, like iterations, and then having like a clear process where we can see how things are moving, who is doing what, and why we're doing, and scope to a specific tool called Tevo, what was mentioned. And of course, we now have to figure out, okay, the issues there, how can we leverage that, what are the operational activities, and then scaling it up. Now we just don't have translators. Now we have people who are actually onboarding more translators and starting like creating their own organization around that, and like how does this onboarding process works and training itself, and this kind of process has been quite interesting to follow. And back to these meeting notes, when I zoom out, you can see it's scale, smooth, still it's more thin line. You have this 1 year breakout point now starts to lag on me because content is expanding, and yeah, we feel full stop. So if the next week you join in Ambassador program, you will be joining to the new meeting notes. And I also took a nice slide deck from Tore Garbash to repetition, predictable funding, gather off, then decentralization. Like what he mentioned, like, oh, you're doing this. We're actually working on this. And it gives like good category to think about, like, where have we reached? Yeah, that was a quick detour to Maraverse. I will share it on people in the
What a great
chat.
archive, Tevo. Fantastic, wonderful to be able to see all of that back. And you guys must have memories of each Miro board and knowing the discussion behind it and etc. Yeah, that's lovely. I suppose you should make an NFT out of that, but yeah. So yeah, people out there, you can be part of that. You can be part of that Miro board in the next space. With that note, I would like to thank you for this presentation, because we have a surprise visitor right now, Grace Rahmani, who is so kind of visiting us and sharing some wisdom of hers, which is pretty well connected with things that we are now talking about. So I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, let's see. So thanks a lot, guys, about your experiences in the Ambassador program. And I'm really looking forward to see how all of that will merge together in SingComDAO and how we will make that work.
Likewise. Thanks a lot for hosting.
Haley, maybe I can give you the stage right now.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for a fascinating look at the decentralization that's already in progress and that SingComDAO gets to learn from, work with, grow from. There's some fantastic frameworks already here that will make us, just let this accelerate. So thank you very much. I want to introduce Grace Rahmani. She was in track 1, but in the main room had some connection issues. So we can't not get all of Grace's wisdom. And then as she was saying when she joined this room, it's a perfect takeoff from here. So Grace is the leader of Priceless DAO among a number of other projects. As soon as I started looking her up, I immediately became one of the biggest fangirls. She's amazing. And she's an expert in tokenomics, governance models, and then also the more fuzzy aspect, the implementation, the how to make this go forward. And I know that she's itching to get in here. Tell us a little bit about her learnings and what she knows and how it relates to this conversation that was just ongoing. So Grace, let me hand the floor over to you. We'll let Grace present as long as possible, and then we'll all pop into the main room for the concluding discussions of the Decentralization Summit. Thanks, Grace.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we had some technical issues, and so I got kicked out and brought back in. And so I'm going to try and do the most conservative presentation I can. And it's all going to be about governance. So it's extremely relevant. And a lot of the conversations you were having were really interesting. And I was really excited about what you said about, oh, maybe they'll throw out 90% of it. Because one of the things that happens in life is that we start down a certain path, and then once we're starting to do it, even if it's not working or it starts getting really complicated, or we find we're reinventing the wheel, like in the case of DAOs, right? We're kind of reinventing holacracy, and we were trying to create something new, and what happened? And so how did that happen? But if we're willing to say, okay, maybe we started on the wrong track, and what if we started from a different place? I started with the Arab Spring, and I'm Israeli, and I thought, oh, it's good to overthrow your dictatorship, but I got nothing to recommend, right? Like, our democracies aren't working very well. And I thought, what is governance, and where would we start? And one of the things that I've been struck by in this conference, and it's been fantastic listening to all the talks, including what you guys were just talking about, and I completely changed my presentation, because AI gives a completely different starting point to what democracy is about. And the first thing that I have to say is I am not a fan of of voting. And I'm going to share this as a Google Doc without putting it into presentation mode, because that might have been what crashed my computer last time. So you're going to see my whole slides, like with the whole giveaway and everything. And we're going to start from the front. So this is called the DAO Gap. And anything about DAOs that you want to find out, you'll find at that website, DAOleadership.com. And I run workshops and stuff like that where we can go through all this stuff. But anyway, I don't love voting. I don't love voting for a number of reasons. One is voter fatigue, which we all know. The other is that voting by its nature is always kind of overriding the minority. Like there's somebody who isn't happy with it. And voting is very primitive. It's not really how we make decisions. And so there's different ways of looking at that. And you guys were just showing onboarding. So, you know, onboarding, like when you go to a company, you go to the HR. This is me, not me, it's some person bicycling. And I used to go to HR and I would always ask, you know, do you have showers? Because I'd like to bicycle to work. And I would ask it whether it was true or not. I did like to bicycle to work, but it would always tell me something about how their operations worked. Like, yes, you've got a shower, or most of the time it was like, no, I'm not sure we could work something out. That's impossible. Or we can work something out. And it would tell me something about how the organization works. And I have this little next slide about, well, this is onboarding for a company, right? Here's onboarding for a DAO. But you guys just showed a really good Miro board, which was so much more complex than what I'm showing here, that it really gives people this idea of like, oh, I'm going to onboard and I'm going to go here and I'm going to go there and there's going to be this whole thing. And I don't know if I'm a good fit or not until about, you know, a month in. Very different from onboarding. But then the question is like, if you had AI, how would you onboard somebody? And I talked to an AI company. Actually, they talked to me several years ago about actually releasing what they were doing to the DAO space. And so I had this great insight on this, and they had a few talks about it, but they kind of have never released it. But this is what they would do. They had a Trello board. You guys showed Trello board-like things. And they would go to anybody who was interested in working there. They started with internships with you know, people who are studying AI, of course. And they said, this is our Trello board of all the tasks that, you know, take less than 3 days that we're not getting around to. And you can take any of them and just go for it. And we'll pay you for that, or we'll give you a, you know, a certificate that you were an intern at our company, which was really good payment for these people. And she said like 60% of the people didn't finish the task. You know, here you are being led into the company. Let's see how you fit in with our company and whether you get things done. And you get all the resources. Who do you talk to and what you do and where's the, you know, repos. And so that already eliminated 60% of the people who thought they wanted this profession. And then they would assess the other ones and they'd collect information about them. And if they were good, they, you know, move them to the next Trello board, which is like the beginner tasks, and so on and so forth. So that actually what they had was Kanban board types of things. You could do it in Jira or whatever you're using, where everybody gets to prove themselves and work with certain people and move up in that way, which sounds quite DAO-like if you think about it. And you're moving up based on merit. And so that's the onboarding process. And those three onboarding processes are really different. And if you're thinking about how AI systems work and really implementing AI, you don't start with voting. And so here's a decentralized system that we're all familiar with, right? This governance system governs our body, and it does a good job. And it has a regulatory system, it has some decision-making systems, and they're all kind of separate, and they work in harmony with one another by using different types of regulation, different types and they have different languages. Each one of these systems, our skeletal system and our circulatory system and our respiratory system, they have different languages and different ways they communicate among themselves. They have different goals. So you guys were showing, okay, well, we've got these holocratic systems and each team is doing something else. And one of the really important things about them is the regulatory system. Because, I mean, let's face it, when we're talking about AI, you know, there's some dystopian futures. And this is one of the things that DAOs are horrible at. So one of the DAOs I was looking at is Bankless DAO. And the way also that you were showing that Miro board, it's great. It's like every team has autonomy and they know what they're doing, and you know, they're producing what they're producing and doing what's inspiring them and working within their budgets, and they know who the good people are, and it's good. You've got kind of Dunbar number minus groups of people so they can all know each other and work together. But you know, safety is really important, and ethics are really important when you're talking about AI. And it's very exciting to think about how we can start having much better decentralized systems of making decisions about, you know, what could possibly go wrong with our network. And how would, I think this is one of the essential things we need to be thinking about with AI systems, is where is the authority of that group of people who are the Ethics and Safety Commission? And how do they get a sense of what's happening in each one of these teams? And, you know, Jan was talking today about the different projects, and, you know, they get funded and there isn't an oversight. And who knows what data set they're using, and who knows what, you know, like, and he can't manage that. And this kind of oversight is extremely important. And I'm not sure how to answer that with a DAO, but since, you know, my topic is the missing functions, this is really important. But let me go back to this, what a DAO would do, an AI DAO would do with this example of this company. And what they did was they used a lot of these plot examples, like these are just ones I pulled off. But basically it would be something like, as people were employees of the company, they would be able to see where they were in comparison to other employees, let's say in how much code they put out, how many projects they'd worked on, which of their projects had succeeded in, you know, being used by the customers, and which of their projects were not succeeding with the customers. They would be able to see, even based on their chats on the Slack, how much they were talking with others, communicating with other people. They could see, there were different diagrams that could show which individuals were communicating with other individuals, and they were color coded so you could see which departments were communicating with other departments. And you could really get a sense of people's place in the company and what they were really producing and how they were communicating. And with another natural language model, which they never ended up implementing, or at that time they hadn't implemented yet. I'm sorry, I didn't get all the pings to turn off. And what they were implementing, and if you could see all of those things, I can't get my one ping to turn off, and I don't know why. Sorry about that. I'm really unclear about this noise, sorry. All right, so what they could see is where they were stood in terms of the organization, in terms of you know, their peers, in terms of their departments. They could see all these different graphs. And you could know what you were being rated on. So for example, this company had taken a decision that was an important strategic decision. They said, even if somebody's the best coder, if they're not communicating well with the rest of the company, if we don't see them on the Slack above a certain threshold, we're gonna have them leave, because we've decided that one of the thresholds is you have to communicate. It doesn't matter if you're the best coder. We've decided as part of our company that we really want people to be communicating with one another. And if you put another layer, like I was saying, of, you know, language understanding, you could start to understand what people were talking about, whether it was just gossip or whether they were speaking about the work. For example, they were able to find out that women were participating less in the Slack than the men were. And they were able to remediate that within the DAO. Well, it was a company, but it was a DAO-like structure. And then when salaries would come around, they would all be able to, like, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of Coordinate. And Coordinate, for those of you who haven't, is a system whereby every week people give points to the other people in the DAO, and then the money, the salaries, are distributed according to the number of points. I mean, they call them tokens, but it's a Web 2. It's actually a Web 2 application. It's not really tokens. So percentage-wise, you can say, all right, I think that my colleague has done a good job, or they've created a tool that I'm really using. And they use that for their bonuses at Coordinate itself, like above their base salary, but you could use it for all of the salaries. And by knowing how they felt about each other's contributions, they were able to make decisions about who got promoted, who became a product manager, all of those kinds of things. And the same went for decisions about what to fund. And again, this is something that we're doing by a voting system and a discussion system. But what happened in their organization is people would just gravitate. So you've already hired these people based on their abilities and based on your budget. So you've got X number of people in the organization. And then each project manager or individual, anybody could say, I've got an idea and I want to develop this. And they could go into these graphs inside of the company and say, here are the people who aren't super busy on another project, or their project might be ending soon. Here are the people who have the skills that I want. These are their rankings in the company. And you could try to recruit people to your project, to your AI project, or whatever else it was. And if you had a good reputation and they could see your reputation and your idea was appealing to them, then they came over and they did your project. And you didn't need some outside voting system. Like right now, the people who vote and the people who develop the products are completely different people. Here it was the same. So you might need two different mechanisms, one for people who are using products and one for people who are developing products, which of course they did. They had a customer base and the customer would be asking for features, and then the salesperson would be the person with the idea. So you might need a mechanism to fill in for that. But they never needed any kind of budgeting or oversight or any of those other things, because it was all done naturally. Like if we knew so-and-so was kind of not a great project manager, nobody wanted to work with him, no matter how good his idea was, people wouldn't come over there. And he would learn that really quickly and say, I'm not going to manage the project, I'm just going to be the ideator. And you could have a flowing system. Now, the fascinating thing about this company that did this was that they had researchers come in, and the researchers were trying to figure out about decision making. And the researchers could never find the decision points. They're like, we looked for decision points, moments in time when the decisions were made, and we couldn't find them in the data. And of course, these guys kept really good data, right? And if you think about this governance system, your human body, there isn't a decision point. I mean, we think there is, right? Like we think, oh, I'm going to go decide what to have for lunch. But actually, whatever's in your refrigerator is already a subset of everything that could be for lunch. And whatever's in your refrigerator also was the day that you went out and what's going bad, and whether it had too much packaging and you're more environmental, and you know what you were thinking when you were at the supermarket, and oh, the supply chain and how far it had to be transported and what the price of, and you're not making the decision that you think you're making at the moment you're making that decision, which is why I don't like voting. And I'm talking to you guys about this. I really haven't given this talk at all to anybody because you guys are talking about AI all day. And if you can start to create these systems like the ones that I was talking about, like these built-in oversight, built-in ability to have, you know, make sure that every team has an ethics person on it. And that ethics person would be, well, I don't know, he'd be like the nervous system on the end of my tips of my fingers. So if something weird was going on with that project, because this ethics person was allocated to this project, he might bring in another 5 of his buddies, because right now we need to bring in more circulation to the system, because this particular project has gotten to a point in the AI knowledge where it might pose an existential threat, or where it might be used against other AI that poses an existential threat. You know, I think the only way we're going to get out of this AI dilemma is to have AI that patrols the other AI. But who's going to make that? And this is why I'm so excited about the Singularity NFT project, because it has the potential to have ethics committee, and it has the potential to implement these types of systems instead of like, let's just have human voting. And, you know, as much as we all like Miro boards, you know, something more sophisticated where we're actually matching the right people to the right projects. Because again, if you think about the proposal making mechanism in the DAO, the person who thinks of the idea might not be the best person to execute on the idea. And the person to execute on the idea when it's a baby idea might be a totally different person than you need when it starts to expand. And you're creating a DAO that has the limitations of a bureaucratic or hierarchical system when it's completely unnecessary. If you could create much better flow of the individuals and the projects and AI system that knows how to match the right people with the project and individuals who are able to transparently see who's doing what and who would they like to work with and what are the actual production values of each person. Well, you can build all that stuff in. I know you're also working on reputation systems. I have a whole theory about that and some ideas around that. But those are the kinds of things that the current systems haven't even considered. And like I said, I think this particular project has the values and the ability to really go a lot further in terms of what's possible in filling in these gaps of what governance could really be if we didn't start thinking, oh, governance is about voting. So I guess that's the shortened version that fits into this time slot. I don't know if there's anybody here who can ask questions, but I'm not sure who's actually still in the room.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you so much, Grace. That presentation was really stimulating. It's so exciting to see all the different directions that we can look at governance from. You know, how to have this onboarding, how to have better voting, more fair voting, so you don't have whale taking over, how to be scalable, how to not think of governance as voting is a great perspective. And then, of course, you speak to our special passion of AI in decentralized governance. How can we not only be decentrally governed, but also be creating systems of fairness, of democratization, of spreading out the opportunities through building AIs that are useful, right? We need to solve our own problems with decentralization, our own challenges, and how can we build systems and technologies that help everybody else who's experiencing those problems within decentralization. It's a fascinating look. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
you seem like yeah. Oh my God. 10 words to you so far, but it seemed like a person who really thrives in the space of unknown, that's very thrilling and exciting for you. The more unknown a space, the more exciting. Is that accurate?
I don't think it's that. I think I create the unknown. Because the big thing is, how do we unlearn what we've already learned? Because if we start with voting systems, like you can see what happens, we're just piling something on top of this voting system. And we never stop to think, what is voting? And where is it appropriate? I mean, if you belong to any organization today, and you belong to a family, you belong to this organization, you'll notice how many times you vote is never. Never.
Right.
Why would we base an entire structure of governance on something that we know that we never use?
Yes. And
that's
we rarely like.
Yeah.
We rarely like unless we're in the majority, right?
Exactly. And we don't, and it's just, if somebody says, let's vote on it, they either mean, I don't want to talk to you anymore, or this conversation, or this is not really important enough for me to worry about. That's when somebody says, let's vote on it.
When we have really clear shared values, when we know where we're going and why, you know, we may each have our own individual values, but they match if we're here in a shared organization. That's why we're all here together. When we have those shared values, that shared vision, that shared future, even if we don't know how to get there or even what it looks like, but we know where we want to be, we can work towards a solution that works for everyone. That's how families work, right? We are moving in a shared direction. Sometimes parents aren't that way, but generally we're all moving.
Even if we don't have a shared vision and shared values, which is most of the time, when we have a system that can sense, like, what is the right, you know, it's not like do my heart and my lungs have the shared values? No, but they got to work in collaboration. And if you, jump in ice water, for example, you'll notice that all of your blood will go to the middle of your body. And your hands really think that's a bad idea, but it's the only thing but without your heart, your hands won't work, right?
But the hands still want me to stay alive. My muscles want me to stay alive. And so they're willing to give up that blood to, they don't sucker down and hold on to that blood so that my heart, so there is a shared value. As long as we know that biggest shared vision, we're looking for this vision of the future where everyone participates and everyone benefits instead of this manipulative power over agglomeration type of future. And we may have different visions of what that looks like. But when we understand that and we trust that everybody else is here in the room for that, then like this summit, we all come together with our different visions to align toward in a direction, which is just beautiful. I want to ask a question from the chat. Nori was asking or saying, the body analogy you used is really interesting. So the body is a system that eventually dies. Should we consider building governance structures that include a mechanism for obsolescence, radical reinvention by design?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you do that with companies. It might be just this department disappears or whatever, but I think that one of the craziest things about blockchain is that it's going to be forever. And I mean, that's just absurd. I mean, like, we know that that's absurd. We're all adults in the room, right? And so, yes, you should have planned obsolescence, and we can see that. That's why our current governance systems are completely crumbling, is because we never had a system that would turn over. And if you look at the best educational system in the world, for example, Finland, every 10 or so years, they completely restructure it, and they look at it from the bottom up, because any system that survives needs to have planned obsolescence. Absolutely true.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And we don't go back to first principles. And at this juncture, with the acceleration of change in the world, it's more important than ever. We have systems, education systems, governance systems that are centuries old and built on systems, as you say, older than that. But we're coming into a new space. Blockchain has made entirely new things possible. The internet, Zoom, AI has this massive gift to bring abundance to so many areas. We were talking earlier with Bethlehem Desi, who does the DigiTruck. Anyone can code. In Africa, she drives a truck around to teach girls and children to code in rural Ethiopia. And we're looking at AI in education. You used to have to be in the city to get a good education. You go to a private school to go, or the right country or the right class, where AI, starts to make it so that everybody in the world can have the same level of education. It brings that abundance. And building that on old systems, it's never going to work. And the more we try to cling to them, the more disruption there is, where going back to first principles, again, values. What do we value? We value participation. We value everybody being heard and having a voice and having an opportunity equally to participate, and then we can, what makes more sense than voting? Yeah. What have been the biggest surprises, the magic moments for you in participating in the decentralization space and experimenting and looking at these principles emerge into reality?
Wow. I mean, there's been a lot more disappointments than surprises.
What are your biggest disappointments?
But I mean, I think the biggest disappointment is that we've reinvented hierarchical systems, right? Like, we've got like the central DAO, and then we've got something that we're calling holacracy, but actually, and we've reinvented politics in a really nasty way. And you're seeing this industry so male dominated because women communicate very differently. I mean, one of the reasons is, and this kind of disembodied text communication, it favors certain types of personalities,
right?
And also certain age groups of personalities. I kind of can't keep up, and so we're kind of like, that's the biggest, it doesn't really work. And we've seen a lot of also text-based communication creates misunderstandings. The most sensitive people, the people who are like myself, like, I'm very contrarian. And I was talking before about having an oversight committee, a safety committee, and I work with DAOs all the time. And I was working with one who's working on content moderation, and they have this content moderation DAO. And I'm like, okay, but if you're only going to get rid of they're going to get rid of like the worst horrifying things, like everything else is allowed. I'm like, well, you can't have people being exposed to that a lot. So how are you going to create a voting system where nobody has to have more than an hour a month where they're exposed to that nastiness? It's not going to be everybody votes, right? And you need that person who's going to say what could possibly go wrong. You don't want them as the leader of the organization, but you want them around. But in these text-based DAOs, that kind of jerk who always finds holes in the system, they're not going to last long. And so that's been a disappointment, I would say. So, I mean, the highlight is the people, right? I feel like the people really are incredibly positive and believe in the future. And that's the best part.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We need to pop off. Thank you very much for
yeah, no, we gotta get going. That's why I shortened my presentation. So
thank you very much.
I love having a short presentation. More chances people will watch it.
I appreciate your flexibility as well in being here. And now you've shown up in 2 channels, so you've gotten twice as many curious, right? So
awesome.
We will pop over to the main room for the rest of the presentation. Jan's going to talk about the next steps with SingComDAO. The Supervisory Council will have a presentation, and then we'll end with an AMA and a discussion. Ben will share some final thoughts, and we very much look forward to having everybody there. I know it's getting late for much of the planet, and we appreciate everybody who's still around or who's watching this later. And Grace, thank you for being here. I really look forward to continuing this conversation.
All right, great. Thanks, guys.